Chapter 19 of Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantyne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 19 of Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantyne. Gorman was one of those peculiar characters who, in personal appearance, are totally devoid of peculiarity. He was a middle-sized, thick-set, commonplace, grave, quiet man, very powerful, but not apparently so, one whom it was impossible to find out unless he chose to let himself be found out. Above all, he was a reserved man. Everybody knew, well enough, at least among his intimates, that he was named Gorman, but not one of the number knew what his Christian name was. A few were aware that he signed himself D. Gorman, but whether the D represented David, dastard, drunkard, or demon was a matter of pure speculation to all. A few of his female acquaintance excepted, for he had no friends, who asserted roundly that it represented them all, and some were even willing to go the length of saying that it represented more, and stood for dirty, drivelling, desperate, and a few other choice words which it is quite unnecessary to mention. Only a few, and these were among the knowing and peculiarly observant ones of Gorman's intimates, said that the D stood for deep. But then many of those who thus pronounced their opinion were comparatively worthless characters, given to scandal and slander, so the reader must not allow himself to be biased too much by their report. Certain it is, however, that when Gorman was asked on one occasion what his Christian name was, he replied that he had no Christian name, because he didn't believe in Christianity, and that he signed himself D, to be distinguished from the other Gormans who might chance to exist in the universe. People were not at all shocked at his bold statement of unbelief, because in the circle in which he moved the same disbelief was pretty general. Besides many other traits and qualities, definable and indefinable, Gorman had the power of assuming the appearance either of a burglar of the lowest type, or a well-to-do contractor or tradesman. A slight change in dress and manner were sufficient to metamorphose him beyond recognition. Everybody knew, also, that Gorman was the landlord of a small public house at the corner of a dirty street not far from London Bridge, and that he kept a stout, middle-aged man on the premises to do the duty of host, while he himself went out about other business, which nobody knew of, and which no one could find out, although many had tried to do so with all their might. Every day in the year Gorman might have been seen at the Golden Swan, but never for longer than a few minutes at a time, when he inspected the books, received the cash drawn the day before, and made an impression on all in the premises that tended to convince them that they were well looked after. "Humph!" ejaculated Gorman, as he finished counting the dirty coppers and pieces of silver which his agent had delivered to him, and dropped them from his dirty fingers into a dirty leather bag. "Business is dull, I think." "It ain't brisk just now, sir," replied the deputy landlord of the Golden Swan. Gorman received this reply with another humph, and then, putting the bag in his coat pocket, prepared to leave. "No one been asking for me?" inquired Gorman. "No, sir, no one." "I'll be back to-morrow about this time." The deputy knew that this was false, for his employer invariably came at a different hour each day in order to take the house by surprise, but he said, "Very well, sir," as usual. "And mind," continued Gorman, "that you put the lights out. You're uncommon careful about that, I hope." It is worthy of remark, in reference to Gorman's anxiety about putting out lights, that he had been burned out of several sets of premises in the course of a few years. He was quite a martyr, as it were, to fire. Unaccountably worried, pursued, and damaged by it. No, not damaged by the way, because Gorman was a prudent man, and always insured to the full amount. His enemies sometimes said above it, but neither they nor we have any means of proving or disproving that. The deputy protested that he always exercised the utmost precaution in putting everything out every night, from the last beery lingerer to the gas. and that he felt quite put out himself at being asked the question, as it implied a doubt of his care and attention to business. Hereupon Gorman said, "Good night," and the deputy returned to the counter, where besotted men and drunken women awaited his attendance. 3/4 of an hour sufficed to convey Gorman from the east to the west end of London. Here he sought the well-known precincts of Porthing Lane, and entered the shop of Mr. David Boone. That worthy received him with a look of glad surprise, but with a feeling of the deepest misery. "Anyone inside?" asked Gorman. "No," said Boone, "'cept the boy. I'll call him to mind the shop, and then we can be alone." As Gorman did not vouchsafe a reply, but walked straight into the little room behind the shop, Boone called the boy and bade him mind the shop while he held private consultation with his friend. The shop boy enjoyed the name of Robert Roddy. He was a soft-faced, washed-out youth, with a disposition to wink both eyes in meek manner. Rough-spoken people called him an idiot, but Roddy was not quite such an idiot as they took him for. He obeyed his master's mandate by sitting down on a tall stool near the window, and occupied himself in attempting to carve a human face on the head of a walking-stick. "Glad to see you, Mr. Gorman," said Boone, seating his tall body on a low stool at the side of his friend, who, with his hat on, had thrown himself into an armchair, and spread out both legs before the fire. "Very glad to see you, indeed, in my little sanctum, my withdrawing room, if I may venture to use the name, to which I retire during the intervals of business." Boone said this with an air of pleasantry, and smiled, but his visitor did not encourage him. "Pretty long intervals, I should suppose," he growled, pulling out his pipe and lighting it. Boone admitted, with a sigh, that they were, and observed that trade was extremely dull, astonishingly dull. "Why, would you believe it, sir, I have not sold 20 shillings worth of goods all last week, and only one wax doll within the month, although it's getting well on for Christmas time. One would a'most fancy the children was about to give up such vanities and devote themselves to serious business. It's a serious business for the like of us, anyhow." Again Mr. Boone smiled, and again failed to make an agreeable impression on his visitor, who demanded in a surly tone if he had been thinking over it, and made up his mind to do it. Boone's face changed at this indefinite question, and became a shade paler than it was by nature, as he replied, hesitatingly, that he had been thinking it over, and that he had made up his mind not to do it. "Oh, you have you?" said Gorman in a tone of irony. "Very good. Then I'll trouble you to pay me the £300 you owe me by this day next week, and the rent of this here tenement for last half." Boone's face became still paler. "You're a hard landlord," said he. "You're a soft tenant," retorted Gorman. "You know what the punishment is by law," continued Boone. "Yes, death," said the other dryly. "But you know as well as I do that it's never carried out nowadays. But penal servitude for 10 or 20 years ain't much better." "Some men think it's worse," replied Gorman, with a savage grin. "But you've no need to fear. If you only take the right precautions, it's impossible to find it out, and I'll engage to put ye up to doing it in such a way that there won't be a scrap the size of a sixpence left to convict you. Only put a bold face on it, and the thing's done, and your fortune well made is mine." The man's voice and manner softened a little as he said this, for he thought he perceived symptoms of wavering in his tenant, who covered his face with large thin hands and sighed deeply. "Come, don't be hard on me," he said at length. "I really haven't got courage to go through with this. Only give me a little more time, and I'll—" "Very good," interrupted Gorman with an oath, as he rose and dashed his pipe into fragments on the hearth. "If you won't burn yourself out of this scrape—" "Hush, hush, man," said Boone in a hoarse whisper. "Not so loud, my lad will hear you. Come, I'll think of it." "Will you do it?" demanded the other fiercely. "You know the alternative if you don't." "Ruination." "Exactly so, and that without delay." "Ruination either way," murmured Boone sadly to himself, as though he were counting the cost. "Tut, man," said his landlord, becoming more gentle, "it's nothing of the sort. If you only take my advice it'll be a jolly blaze, which instead of ending in smoke will end in some thousands of pounds and commencing business again on fresh capital. Come, I've got no time to waste with you. There's no escape for you, so you'd better say yes. else I'll go and have a talk with a legal friend of mine who is used to screwing gold out of the most unpromising mines." David Boone's face had by this time become so pale that it could not become paler, so it turned somewhat green instead. His teeth, too, had a tendency to chatter when he spoke, but by a strong mental effort he prevented this, and said in a subdued voice that he was willing to do whatever his landlord pleased to command. "That's all right," said Gorman, resuming his seat in front of the fire. "Now you speak like a man. Sit down and I'll go over the matter with you, and make your mind easy by showing you it ain't either a difficult or risky piece of work. Bless you, it ain't the first time I've been up to that sort of thing." It did not require the diabolical leer that accompanied this remark to convince his hearer of the truth. "Now then," said Gorman, with a business air, "first of all, how stands the stock in the shop?" "Rather low," answered Boone, who had reseated himself on the stool. "In fact, I've got a little or nothing more than what is visible. I've been so hard up of late that I've had to crowd everything into view and make the most of appearances. All the dressed dolls has got their frocks spread out, and the undressed ones their arms and legs throwed about to make 'em take up as much room as possible. The lids of all the work boxes is open, the slates and puzzle boxes stuck up in single rows, with their broadsides to the front, and the claps and worlds is all inflated. Everything in the front is real, but all behind is a sham of dummies and empty boxes." Gorman opened his eyes a little on hearing this. "Good," he said after a pause. "You're a cleverer fellow than I took you for. I thought you was well off, and I'm sure the neighbours think the same, for the place looks pretty full and thriving. I suppose, now, if it was all sold off, you wouldn't have enough to pay up my loans." "Nothink like it," said Boone earnestly. "I've slaved night and day, and done my best, but luck's agin me." "Ah, that's 'cause you've been faint-hearted in time past. You're going to be bold in time to come, my good fellow. You'll have to be bold, you will. Come, I'll explain how, but first let me ask you how much you think the stock is worth." "Not much above £50. Looks like more." "That's true, and the people about think it's worth 200 or 300, for you see I have a lot of cheap jewelry, and some of the inquisitive ones have been trying to pump me of late. They all think I'm thriving," said Boone, shaking his head sorrowfully. So you are, man," said Gorman jocosely, "and you're going to make your fortune soon, and so am I, though at present I'm poor enough. However, that don't matter. Here's your course for the future, which you're to steer by. You'll go and begin chatting with your neighbours at odd times, and your conversation, curiously enough, will always be about the times being better than usual, and about the approach of Christmas, and the stock you mean to lay in against that festive season. After that you'll lay in the stock, £50 worth, and it won't be a sham, it'll be real." "But where is the money to come from?" asked Boone. "Oh, don't you trouble about the money. I'll provide that. I've got a curious power of raising the wind on easy terms. £50 worth of real goods will be bought by you, my thriving shopman, and you'll let some of the neighbours, particularly these same inquisitive ones, see the goods and some of the invoices. And you'll tell 'em you've laid in £150 worth of stock, and that you think of laying in more. On the strength of the press of business you'll get another shop lad, and you'll keep 'em employed a good deal going messages, so that they won't get to know much about the state of things. And I'll take care to send you a rare lot of customers who'll come pretty often for small purchases, and give the shop an uncommon thriving look. Oh, we'll make a splendid appearance of doing business, and we'll have lots of witnesses ready to bother these sharp lawyers if need be. Won't we, Boone?" Poor Boone, whose colour had not yet improved much, smiled in a ghastly way, but said nothing. "Well, then," resumed Gorman, after a few minutes' meditation, "when this thriving trade is in full swing we'll get insured. You know it would never do to risk the loss of such valuable stock by fire, eh, Boone? Common prudence points that out. You say that what you have is worth 50, and what you'll lay in is 50 more, making 100. So we'll insure for 500. There's a clear gain of 400 per cent. Only think of that! Well, the house I have already insured for 500. That makes 900, and we'll insure the furniture and fixings for 50. That'll look business-like, you know. Then the goods laid in will be carefully removed in the night at various times before the fire, so you'd better see they are small and portable objects. That'll make another £50, if not more. So I see my way to £1,000. That's a neat sum, ain't it, Boone?" Still Boone made no reply, but favoured his visitor with another ghastly smile. "Well, then," pursued Gorman, "all you've got to do is, on a certain night that I will fix, to set the shop alight, and the thing's done quite easy. But that's not all. You've got an old mother, I believe. Well, it would be very unnatural in you to run the risk of being burned to death and leaving her penniless. So you'll insure your life for £500, and I'll pay the first premium on it, and then you'll die." "Die!" exclaimed Boone with a start. "Ay, why not, if you're to get a small fortune by it?" "But how's that to be managed?" inquired Boone, with a look of doubt. "Managed? Nothing easier. You'll be so desperately upset by the fire, perhaps signed a little too, that you'll be taken ill and won't get better. I'll look carefully after you as your loving friend, and when you're about dead you'll get up and clear off in a quiet way. I'll make arrangements to have a corpse as like you as possible put into your bed, then you'll be buried comfortably, and we'll share the insurance. Of course you'll have to leave this part of the town and disguise yourself, but that won't be difficult. Why, man, if you're only fond of a joke, you might even attend your own funeral. It's not the first time that sort of thing has been done. So then you have your life insured, but not yet. Your first business is to set about the purchase of the stock, and let me tell you there's no time to lose. So I advise you to write out the orders this very night. I'll fetch you £50 in a day or two, and you'll pay up at once. It'll look well, you know, and after it's all settled we'll divide the plunder. Now then, good night. I congratulate you on your thriving business." Gorman opened the door of the inner room as he said the last words, so that the lad in the shop might hear them. As he passed through the shop he whispered in his friend's ear, "Mind the consequences if you fail," and then left him with another hearty "Good night." Poor David Boone, having sold himself to the tempter, went about his duties like an abject slave. He began by ordering goods from various wholesale dealers in the city, after which he took occasion to stand a good deal at his shop door, and accost such of his neighbours as chanced to pass. The conversation at such times invariably began with the interesting topic on the weather, on which abstruse subject Boone and his friends displayed a surprising profundity of knowledge, by stating not only what the weather was at the time being, and what it had been in time past, but it was likely to be in time to come. It soon diverged, however, to business, and usually ended in a display of fresh goods and invoices, and in references, on the part of Boone, to the felicitous state of trade at the time. Do what he would, however, this thriving tradesman could not act his part well. In the midst of his prosperity his smiles were ghastly and his laughter was sardonic. Even when commenting on the prosperity of trade, his sighs were frequent and deep. One of his friends thought and said that prosperity was turning the poor man's brain. Others thought that he was becoming quite unnatural and unaccountable in his deportment, and a few, acting on the principle of the sailor's parrot, which could not speak much, but was a tremendous thinker, gave no outward indication of their thoughts beyond wise looks and grave shakes of the head, by which most people understood them to signify that they feared there was a screw loose somewhere. This latter sentiment, it will be observed, is a very common one among the unusually wise ones of the earth, and is conveniently safe, inasmuch as it is more or less true of every person, place, and thing in the sad world of loose screws. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantyne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zena Blue. Chapter 20 of Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantyne. One night, Edward Hooper, having consulted his watch frequently, and compared it with a clock of slow notoriety in the warehouse in Tooley Street, until his patience was almost gone, at last received the warning hiss, and had his book shut and put away before the minute gun began to boom. He was out at the door and halfway up the lane, with his hat a good deal on one side of his head and very much over one eye, before the last shot was fired. "It's a jolly time of day, this, the jolliest hour of the 24, muttered Ned to himself with a smile. His speech was thick, and his smile was rather idiotic, by reason of having drunk more than his usual allowance at dinner that day. By way of mending matters, Ned resolved to renew his potations immediately, and announced his intentions to himself in the following words: "Come, my boy, you go have an fashish sort." At a certain point in the drunkard's downward career, he ceases to have any control over himself, and increases his speed from the usual staggering jog-trot to a brisk zigzag gallop that generally terminates abruptly in the grave. Ned Hooper, a kind-hearted fellow enough, and thinking himself not so bad as he seemed because of that same kind-heartedness, had reached the galloping point, was travelling unusually fast along the high road to ruin. Being of a generous nature, Ned was in the habit of extending his patronage to various beer shops, among others to that one near London Bridge, which has been described as the property of Gorman. Business, pleasure, or fancy led him to that shop on the evening in question. He was standing at the counter steadying himself with his left hand, and holding a pewter pot in his right, when the door of the inner room opened, and Gorman crossed the floor. He was in a thoughtful mood, and was about to pass out without raising his eyes, when Ned arrested him with, "Good evening, Mr. Gorman." Gorman glanced back, and then turned away as if in contempt, but, suddenly checking himself, returned, and going up to Hooper with as affable a smile as his countenance would admit of, said that he was delighted to shake hands with him, and that he was the very man he wanted to see, as he wished to have a word of conversation with him. "Conversations with me?" said Ned, swaying himself to and fro, as he endeavoured to look steadily in the face of his friend. "Fire away, Shen. I'm shman for conversation, grave or gay, comic or sublime, all shame me." He finished the pot, and laid it, with an immense assumption of care, on the counter. "Come out, we'll talk as we walk," said Gorman. "Ha! To be sure, that's poetical. Very good, very good. We'll walk as we talk. Ha, ha! Very good. Didn't you know you was a poet, eh? Don't look like it." "Come along, then," said Gorman, taking him by the arm. "Stop!" said Ned, drawing himself up with an air of drivelling dignity, and thrusting his hand into his trouser pocket. "What for?" asked the other. "I haven't paid for my beer." "Never mind the beer. I'll stand that," said Gorman, dragging his friend away. Ned consented to being dragged, and said something to the effect that he hoped to have the pleasure of standing treat on some future occasion. "Now then," said Gorman, somewhat firmly, though not sternly, for he knew that Ned Hooper was not to be browbeat, "are you sober enough to attend to what I've got to say?" "Sober as a dudge," answered Ned. Gorman looked earnestly in his face for a few moments, and then began to talk to him in a continuous strain by way of testing him. "Confound these cabs and busses. A feller can't hear a word," said Ned. "Your lodgin's ain't far off, are they?" "Close end," answered Ned. "Let's go to 'em," said Gorman. In silence Ned Hooper led the way, and conducting his friend into his chamber, as he styled his poor abode, begged him to be seated, and threw himself into an armchair beside the little fire. There was a pipe on the chimney-piece, which Ned began to fill, while Gorman opened the conversation. "You're hard up rather just now," said the latter. "'Zactly so. That's my condition, to a T." Ned smiled as he said this, as though it were the most satisfactory state of things possible, and lighted his pipe. "Of course you've no objection to make £50 note or so?" asked Gorman. "None in sh' world. Always." He became very earnest here. "Always s'posin' that I make it honestly." Of course," rejoined the other. "I would never propose anything that would lead you into a scrape. You don't suppose I would do that, I hope?" "Certainly not," replied Ned with a smile. "Fire away." "Well, then, I'm anxious just now to procure a dead corpse." Ned Hooper, drunk as he was, felt somewhat startled by this, but, being a man of wandering and lively imagination, turned from the point in question to an idea suggested by it. "I s'pose a living corpse wouldn't do, would it? Must be a dead one, eh?" "Be serious if you can," said Gorman angrily. "I want a corpse." Ned Hooper, who, like many good-humoured men, was easily roused when in a state of intoxication, fired at the tone of Gorman's voice, and looked at him sternly as he could while he replied, "What have I got to do with your wants and your corpses, eh? You don't suppose I keep a stock of 'em on hand ready-made, do you?" Relapsing into a placid frame, he smiled and added, "Fire away, old feller. I'm your man for conversation, especially when it's in a comic line." "That's right," said Gorman, clapping Ned on the shoulder and endeavouring to conciliate him. "Now, then, the question is, how am I to get in?" "Ah, that's the question. If Shakespeare's to be believed." "Well, but couldn't you think?" said Gorman. "Think!" exclaimed the other. "What am I paid a salary for? What are my brains doing night and day, eh? Of course I could think. That's my profession, is thinking." Gorman cast a scornful look at his friend, but he deemed it prudent to admit the truth of what he said, and suggested that he might perhaps remember a certain medical student with whom he had once had pleasant converse in his, Gorman's, house of entertainment. "Remember him? Of course," hiccuped Ned. "Well, then, he could get us a corpse, you know, couldn't he?" Ned looked uncommonly knowing at this point, and admitted that he rather thought he could, a dozen of them, if necessary. "Well, I want one, and I'll pay well for it if it's the right sort. It must be at least 6'2", thin about the jaws, with lanky black hair and a yellow complexion." Ned smiled facetiously, but at the same time shook his head. 6'2", said he, "ain't a common height. Won't be easy to get in so tall. But he pondered here with a grave expression of countenance. "But it might be stretched a bit, you know, eh? As to thin jaws, most of 'em is thin about jaws, and black hair ain't uncommon." Ned yawned at this point, and looked very sleepy. "Well, you'll speak to him, won't you? And I'll make it worth while for both of you." "Oh, yes, I'll speak to him," said Ned, and his head fell on the table, and his senses utterly forsook him. "Pah, you beast!" muttered Gorman, casting a glance of scorn on his friend as he rose to leave. He had the sense, before going, to extinguish the candle, lest Ned should overturn it and set the house on fire. Not that he cared either for Ned or the house, but as the former happened to be necessary to him just then, he did not wish him to be burned so soon. Then he went out, closing the door softly after him. Half an hour afterwards, Ned's friend and fellow lodger, John Barrett, entered the room, accompanied by Fred Auberly. "Come, Fred," said the former, "we can chat here without Hello!" "What's wrong?" inquired Fred, endeavouring to make out objects by the feeble flicker of the fire, while his friend struck a light. Barrett did not reply, but the light soon revealed Ned's disreputable figure half sprawling on and half clinging to the table. "Surely this is not your chum, John?" asked Fred in surprise. "Yes, that's him," answered Barrett in a low, sad voice. "Help me get him into bed like a good fellow." Without a word the young men raised the drunken figure in their arms, and laid it like some loathsome object on one of the beds in the adjoining room. "How can you stay with him?" asked Auberly, after they had returned to the other room and seated themselves at the fire. "He's an old schoolfellow of mine," said Barrett in a low voice. "I'm sorry you've seen him in this state. He was a very different fellow once, I assure you, and if it were not for that accursed drink he would be as pleasant a companion as exists. You know I have no friends in London save yourself, Fred, and this young fellow. I came to stay with him at first, not knowing his character, and now I remain to try to save him, but I fear his case is hopeless. Come, Fred, we won't talk of it. You were saying, as we came along, that your father is sterner than ever, were you not?" "Eh," said Fred, with a sigh. "He won't even let me call to see my sister, too. That's the worst part of it. For the rest I care not. My brush has sustained me hitherto, and my love for my profession increases every hour. I feel towards it, John, as a man may be supposed to feel towards the sweet young girl whom wicked guardians had for a long time refused to let him wed. Nothing but death shall separate us now." Barrett smiled, and was about to make some rejoinder, but he checked himself and changed the subject. "How is your sister?" said he. "I've not heard of her in a long time." "Not well," answered Fred. "The doctors shake their heads and speak of the shock having been too much for her. Dear Lou, she never was strong, and I'm afraid that she has received fatal injury on the night of the fire. I'm told that my poor father is sadly cut up about her, attends on her day and night, and humours her every whim. This is so unlike him that it fills me with an anxiety on account of dear Lou, whom I have not seen since I went to live at Kensington." "Kensington, Fred? I did not know you had gone to live there." "I was just going to mention that when we came in. I've got a very comfortable lodging with, who do you think? You'll never guess. Mrs Willders, the mother of our young friend Willie, who works with old Tom Tippet upstairs. You may well look surprised. I came upon the lodging quite accidentally, and finding that it suited my inclinations and my purse, I took it at once for a few weeks. It's in a very poor locality, no doubt, but you know a man must cut his coat according to his cloth, and my cloth is not broad at present. But then," continued Fred, with sudden animation, "it's a splendid place for a painter. There are such picturesque regions and bits near it. Why, Kensington Gardens are sufficient to make the fortune of a landscape painter, at least in the way of trees. Then an hour's walk takes you to rural scenery, or canal scenery, with barges, bridges, boats, old stores, cottages, etc. Oh, it's a magnificent spot, and I am hard at work on a picturesque old pump near Shepherd's Bush Common, with a bit of old brick wall behind it, half covered with ivy, and a gipsy-like beggar girl drinking at it out of her hand. That'll make an impression, I think, on the Royal Academy, if they take it in." "Ah, if they take it in," said John Barrett, smiling. "Well," retorted Fred Auberly, "I know that is a point of uncertainty, and I'm not very sanguine, because there is a great lack of room. Nevertheless, I mean to send it, and you know, John, faint heart never won fair lady, so—" At this point the conversation was interrupted by a shrill whistle at the top of the house, which, as it drew nearer, became identified with the air of Rule Britannia. "That's Willie Willders," said Barrett, laughing. "I guessed as much, and with your leave I'll call him in. He knows of my having become an inmate of his mother's house, and as he is probably going home, I would like to send a message to his mother. Hallo, Willie!" "Aye, aye, sir," answered the youth, in the tones of a thoroughbred seaman. Not that Willie had ever been at sea, but he was so fond of seamen that he mingled with them so much at the docks, as well as those of them who had become firemen, that he tried to imitate their gait and tones. "Come here, you scamp, and stop your noise." "Certainly, sir," said Willie with a grin, as he entered the room, cap in hand. "Going home, lad?" asked Fred. "Yes, sir, at least in a promiscuous sort of way, entertaining myself as I go with agreeable talk and improving observation of the shop windows, etc." "Will you take a message to your mother?" "Surely," answered Willie. "Well, say to her that I have several calls to make tonight, and may be late in getting home, but she need not sit up for me, as I have the door key. Tell her not to forget to leave the door on the latch." "Very good, sir," said Willie. "May I make so bold as to ask how Miss Lou was when you seed her last?" "Not well, I regret to say," replied Fred. "Indeed! I'm surprised to hear that, for she's a-goin' out to tea to-morrow night, sir." "My surprise is greater than yours, lad. How d'you know that, and where's she going to?" asked Auberly. Here Willie explained in a very elaborate manner that a note had arrived that forenoon from Miss Tippet, inviting Mr Tippet to tea the following evening, and expressing a hope that he would bring with him his clerk, Mr Willders, the brother of the brave fireman who had saved Lou's life, and that Miss Louisa Auberly was to be there, and that Mr Tippet had written a note accepting the same. "Then you'll have to take another message from me, Willie. Tell Miss Tippet when you go to-morrow that I will give myself the pleasure of looking in on her in the course of the evening," said Fred. "Mr Auberly is not to be there, is he?" "No, not as I knows of." Well, good night, Willie." Willie took his departure, marching to the usual national air, and soon after Fred Auberly bade his friend good night and left him. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantyne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zena Blue. Chapter 21 of Fighting the Flames. Miss Tippet's tea party began by the arrival of Willie Willders, who, being fond of society, and regardless of fashion, understood his hostess literally when she named her tea hour. For full half an hour, therefore, he had the field to himself, and improved the occasion by entertaining Miss Tippet and Emma Ward with an account of the wonderful inventions that emanated from the fertile brain of Mr. Thomas Tippet. Strange to say, a deep and lasting friendship had sprung up between the eccentric old gentleman and his volatile assistant. Willie sympathized so fully with his master in his wild schemes, and displayed withal such an aptitude for mechanical contrivance, and such a ready appreciation of complex theories, that Mr. Tippet soon came to forget his extreme youth, and to converse with him, propound schemes and new ideas to him, and even ask his advice, with as much seriousness as though he had been a full-grown man. This was, of course, very gratifying to Willie, who repaid his master's condescension and kindness by devoting himself heart and soul to the duties of what he styled his profession. He was a good deal put out when his brother Frank asked him one day what his profession was, and resolving never again to be placed in such an awkward position of ignorance, asked his employer what was the name of his business, to which the employer replied that it had no particular name, but on being urged by his assistant to give it a name, he suggested that he might, if so disposed, style himself a polyartist, which, he explained, meant an artist of many occupations. Willie felt that this might be translated Jack of all trades, but on mature consideration he resolved to adopt it, in the belief that few people would understand what it meant, and that thereby he would be invested with a halo of mystery, which was, upon the whole, a gratifying reflection. Gradually, however, Willie was led to diverge from his employer to his brother Frank, in regard to whom Miss Tippet entertained the strongest feelings of admiration, because of his courageous conduct in saving Louisa Auberly. Willie pursued this theme all the more willingly that Emma appeared to be deeply interested in it. Emma Ward was very romantic in her nature, yet she had a keen appreciation of the ludicrous, which caused her to appear somewhat light-headed and giddy in the eyes of superficial observers. But she possessed an underlying earnestness of soul, which displayed itself in 1,000 ways to those who had much intercourse with her. She was an ardent hero worshipper, and while Miss Tippet was her heroine, Frank Willders was, at that time, her beau ideal of a hero, although she only knew him from description. Willie was still in the middle of a glowing account of a fire, in which Frank and his friends Dale and Baxmore were the chief actors, and Emma was listening with heightened colour, parted lips, and sparkling eyes, when Matty Merryon opened the door and announced Mr. Tippet. That gentleman was still in the act of shaking his sister's hands with both of his, and kissing her on both cheeks heartily, when Matty announced Miss Deemas. Matty, being Irish, allowed her soul to gush out too obviously in her tones, so that her feelings towards the eagle, though unexpressed, were discernible. Miss Deemas strode up to Miss Tippet and pecked her on the right cheek, much as an eagle might peck a tender rabbit, which it could slay and devour if it chose, but which it preferred to spare for a time. She was immediately introduced to Mr. Tippet, whom she favoured with a stiff bow, intended to express armed neutrality in the meantime, with a possibility, if not a probability, of war in the future. The eccentric gentleman felt chilled, but ventured to express an opinion in regard to the weather, glancing for confirmation of the same towards the window, through which he naturally enough expected to see the sky, but was baffled by only seeing the green Venetian blinds, which ruled off the opposite houses in narrow stripes. Before he had recovered himself to make any further observation, Miss Deemas had attempted, in a condescending way, to peck the cheek of Emma Ward, but that young lady, feeling disinclined, so managed that she received the peck on her forehead. On Willie Miss Deemas bestowed a glance of utter indifference, which Willie replied to with a gaze of desperate defiance. Then Miss Deemas seated herself on the sofa and asked her dear friend how she did, and how she felt, and whether things in general were much as usual, from which elevated region of generalities she gradually descended into the more particular sphere of gossip and scandal. It is only just to Miss Tippet to say that the Eagle did not find her a congenial bird of prey in this region. On the contrary, she had to drag her unwilling friend down into it, and as Miss Tippet was too conscientious and kind-hearted to agree with her in sweeping censures and caustic observations and wilful misconstructions, it is difficult to conceive wherein she, the Eagle, found pleasure in her society. Probably it was because she found in her one who would submit weakly to any amount of contradiction, and listen patiently to any amount of vituperative declamation. "So it seems Mr Auberly has disinherited and dismissed my son, my dear," said Miss Deemas, smoothing her dress with both hands, as though she were about to lay Mr Auberly in her lap and analyse him. "I'm sorry to say that is too true, Julia," answered Miss Tippet with a sigh. "Ha! It's so like one of those creatures," said Miss Deemas, pursing her thin lips, "so domineering, so towering in their pride of mere physical power." Mr Tippet glanced at the Eagle in surprise, not being able to understand to what sort of creatures she made reference. "Poor Frederick," sighed Miss Tippet, "I don't know what he'll do. Ring the bell, Emma darling. He's such a bold, high-spirited young man, and it's all owing to his determination to take to what's his name as a profession. Bring the tea, Maddie. It's very sad." "That must be a new sort of profession," observed Miss Deemas pointedly. "Oh, I mean painting, you know. It's impossible to arrange one's things in such a very correct language, you know, dear Julia. You're really too... Oh, did you hear of Joe Corney and what's his fireman's visit to Mrs Denman? To be sure you did. I forgot it was in your house. It was such a funny account. You heard of it. Brother, ring the bell again, dear, didn't you?" Mr Tippet, who wanted vivacity, was quite subdued by the freezing influence of the Eagle, said that he had not heard of it, whereupon Miss Tippet said that she had heard of it, and so had Willie Willders, who had heard of it from his brother Frank, who had heard of it from Joe Corney himself. And then she attempted to relate the matter, but failed, and finally asked Willie to tell the story, which Willie did with much gusto, looking at Miss Deemas all the time, and speaking in a very positive tone, as if he thought she was doubting every word he said, and was resolved to hurl it in her teeth, whether she chose to believe it or not. "Capital!" exclaimed Mr Tippet, laughing heartily, when Willie had concluded. "What an energetic old lady she must be! Really, I must get introduced to her, and show her the self-acting fire extinguisher I've just invented. You remember it, Willie?" Willie nodded. "I've laid it aside for some time, but it is very nearly complete now. A little more work on it will finish it. My only difficulty in regard to this is, Madam," he addressed himself to Miss Deemas here, "that is apt to burst, and I am uncertain whether or not to add a safety valve to prevent such a catastrophe, or to make the metal so very strong that nothing short of gunpowder would burst it. But then, you see, that would make the whole affair too heavy. However, these are only minor difficulties of detail, which a little thought will overcome." Miss Deemas received all this with a sinister smile, and replied with a single word, "Oh!" After which she turned immediately to Miss Tippet, and remarked that the weather had been unusually warm of late for the season of the year, which remark so exasperated Willie Willders that he turned with a face of crimson to Emma, and asked her if she didn't feel a draught of cold air coming over her from somewhere, and whether she would not sit nearer the fire, and further away from the window. Willie meant this for an uncommonly severe cut, for Miss Deemas sat at the end of the sofa, near the window. Fortunately, at this point, Matty Merryon ushered in Lou Auberly, who was instantly enfolded in Miss Tippet's arms, and thence transferred to Emma's, in which she was led to the sofa, and gently deposited in the softest corner. "Darling Lou!" exclaimed Miss Tippet, with tears in her eyes, "you look so thin and pale." There could be no doubt on that point. Little Lou, as Emma styled her, was worn to a shadow by sickness, which had hitherto baffled the doctor's skill. But she was a beautiful shadow, such a sweet, gentle shadow, that one might feel thankful, rather than otherwise, to be haunted by it. "Pray, don't mind me. I'm too tired to speak to you yet. Just go on talking. I like to listen," said Lou softly. With ready kindness, Miss Tippet at once sought to draw attention from the child by reverting to Mrs Denman, and Matty created a little opportune confusion by stumbling into the room with the tea. Matty usually tripped over the carpet at the door, and never seemed to become wiser from experience. "Poor Mrs Denman," said Mrs Tippet, pouring out the tea. "It must have been an awful shock. Think of a sugar, brother? I always forget. What was I? Oh, yes. Think of a fireman seizing one round the cream, Willie. I know you have a sweet tooth, so I don't need to ask you if you take sugar. Yes, he carried her down that dreadful what-d'ye-call-it, and into the next house with nothing. A little more sugar, Julia? No? Nothing on her, but what's his name? Oh, it was sad to lose all her fine things, too. Her furniture and thingamies. Do try a piece of cake, brother." "I know a worse case than hers," said Willie, with a knowing look. "Do you?" exclaimed Miss Tippet. "Oh, do tell it!" cried Emma earnestly. "He's just been telling it to me, and it is so sad and interesting." "Come, let's hear about it, lad," said Mr Tippet. Thus encouraged, Willie related his adventure with the clown's family, and told his tale with such genuine feeling that Miss Tippet, Lou, and Emma found their eyes moist when he had concluded. There was a good deal of comment upon this subject, and Miss Deemas animadverted very strongly upon actors in general, and clowns in particular. As to ballet girls, she could not find words to express her contempt for them, but in reference to this Miss Tippet ventured to rebuke her friend, and to say that although she could not and would not defend the position of these unfortunates, yet she felt that they were very much to be pitied, seeing that they were in many cases trained to their peculiarity in delicate life by their parents. He had been taught to regard ballet dancing as quite a proper and legitimate what's-its-name. No doubt this was only a palliation of the life they led, but she thought that if anyone was to be severely blamed in the matter, it was the people who went to witness and encourage such wicked displays. Miss Deemas dissented generally from all her friend's observations, and, wishing to change the subject, asked Lou if her father was coming to fetch her home. "No," said Lou. "Dear papa is not well to-night, but he is to send the carriage for me. Oh, I wish," she continued, reverting to the previous subject, "I wish I could do something for these poor people. I'm so very, very sorry for the fairy." "So you can, if you choose," said Miss Deemas sharply. "No, indeed I cannot," replied Lou in an earnest voice. "I'm too ill and weak now to be of any use to anyone. Once I was useful to dear papa, but ever since the fire I have not been of use to anybody, only a hindrance to them. Since I have been ill I have thought much more about what I read in the Bible, and I have had a great desire to do good in some way or other. But how can I, so weak and helpless?" Lou almost sobbed, for her sympathies had been awakened by Willie, and a chord had been touched which had been vibrating in her chest for some weeks past. "Your father is rich, is he not?" asked the Eagle. "Yes, I believe so." "Well, a word to him may be the cause of much good, in the shape of money at least, to people in distress, but rich people don't always like to spend their money in that way." Lou hung down her head and made no reply, for she knew that her father did not like to part with money. She had often heard him refuse to do so in days gone by, even when the very pathetic appeals, as she thought, were made to him, and experience told her that it was in vain to look for help in that quarter. The party was now increased by the arrival of Frederick Auberly, who at once infused life into everyone, except Miss Deemas, who had life enough of her own, and would by no means accept the loan of any from anyone else. Fred therefore ignored her altogether, and told stories and cracked jokes and sang songs as if no such female iceberg were present. Poor Lou was overjoyed to see him, and laying her head on his breast, bade him speak away and not ask questions, only speak and allow her to listen and rest. Fred obeyed, and at once began an earnest discussion with Willie as to the best method of getting a stout gentleman out of a third-floor window in case of fire, when Matty Merryon entered with a flushed face and said that a fireman who would not give his name wished to see Willie Willders for a minute, and she was inclined to think it was his brother. "What, Frank!" exclaimed Willie, rising to go downstairs. "Stay, Willie," cried Miss Tippet eagerly. "Don't go down. Pray let me have him up. I should so like to see him, and I'm sure so would Lou. The man, you know, who went up the what's-its-name and brought you. Yes, send him up, Matty." "Plaise, ma'am, he won't come," replied the girl. "I knowed you would like to see him, and ax him in." "Tell him," said Miss Tippet, "that I request it as a favour." While Matty was delivering this message, the Eagle took occasion to sniff once or twice in a contemptuous manner, and wondered why people worshipped men just because they happened to be big, and what they called handsome. For her part, she hated all men, but if she were to be obliged to choose between any class, which she was thankful to say was not necessary in her case, she would certainly give the preference to ugly men and small. Willie Willders nodded his head approvingly, and being exasperated into a savage serio-comic condition, as well as by the Eagle's voice and aspect as by her sentiments, he said that she was quite right, and that if he were a lady like her, he would hold the same opinions, because then, said he, being stout, I could wallop my husband and keep him down, and the contrast of his ugly face with mine would not be so obvious. Frank's step on the stair fortunately prevented this open and desperate attack being noticed. Next moment all turned their eyes in breathless expectation towards the door. Being on duty, Frank appeared in a fireman's costume, with a sailor-like undress cap in his hand. He bowed to the company and apologized to Miss Tippet for intruding, but he had wished to ask his brother Willie to call at the fire station on his way home to convey a letter to his mother, and merely meant to see him at the door. "I am very glad you came, Mr. Willders," said Miss Tippet, "for I assure you we all regard you as the preserver of our dear Miss Auberly's life when you went up the thing. Here she is. You must shake. That's it. So nice." The last part of Miss Tippet's remark referred to Lou stretching out her hand to Frank, who advanced promptly and shook it with great tenderness. He then shook hands with Fred, who expressed his regard for him in warm terms, also with Mr. Tippet, who paid him some enthusiastic compliments, and said something to the effect that the parent stem from which two such branches as he and Willie had grown must be a prime plant. As he turned from Mr. Tippet, who, being very short, appeared to be looking up at a steeple while he delivered this opinion, Frank's eyes encountered those of Emma Ward, who was gazing at him in such undisguised admiration that, being a somewhat bashful man, he felt a little confused, and dropped his eyes, figuratively, on the floor. Emma blushed scarlet with the shame at being caught in this way, and therefore became rigidly grave and indifferent. When Frank again raised his eyes, which, by the way, he did immediately, they encountered the eagle glance of Miss Deemas, frowning defiance on him, as being a sort of type or pattern specimen of his highly objectionable race. Had Miss Deemas been a man, which would have gratified her more than she could have expressed, Frank could have met the frown with a smile of pity. As it was, he turned to the little eager countenance of Miss Tippet, and felt deeper respect than ever for the sex, thus showing that just as an exception proves a rule, so an unfavourable contrast strengthens a cause. "Pray sit down, Mr. Willders," entreated Miss Tippet earnestly. "I should like so much to hear how you did it from your own lips, and how you can possibly venture up such dreadful things, just like going up the outside of the Monument. Dear Lou, and you came down it too, but to be sure your eyes were shut, which was all as well, for you were only in your night. Ah, well, yes, do sit down, Mr. Fireman Wilders, I mean." Frank thanked her, but declined on the ground that he was on duty, and that he feared he was doing wrong in even looking in on them for the few minutes he had stayed. "Good night, ma'am," he continued. "Good night. You call at the station on your way home, will he?" Willie said he would, and then all the company, excepting the Eagle, shook hands with the stalwart fireman, looking up at him as if he were a hero just returned from the proverbial 100 fights. Even Emma Ward condescended to shake hands with him at parting. "Perhaps she'll be in the middle of a fire this very night," cried Tom Tippet, following him to the door. "It's quite possible," said Frank, with a smile. Miss Deemas was heard to snort contemptuously at this. "Perhaps she may even save more lives," cried Miss Tippet. "It may be so," answered Frank, again smiling, but evidently feeling anxious to make his escape, for he was not one of those men who like to be lionized. "Only think!" exclaimed Miss Tippet, as Frank quitted the room. "Ha!" ejaculated the Eagle, in a tone which was meant to convey her well-known opinion that women would do such things quite as well as men if their muscles were a little stronger. It is but justice to Miss Deemas to explain that she did not champion and exalt women out of love to her sex. Love was not one of her strong points. Rampant indignation against those who she bitterly termed lords of creation was her strong tower of refuge, in which she habitually dwelt, and from the giddy summit of which she hurled would-be destruction on the doomed males below. Among her various missiles she counted the wrongs of her sex the most telling shaft, and was in consequence always busy sharpening and polishing and flourishing this dread weapon in the eyes of her friends as well as her enemies, although, of course, she only launched it at the latter. Perched on her self-exalted eyrie, Miss Deemas did not know that there was a pretty large number of her own sex in the comparatively humble multitude below, who, while they clearly recognized the wrongs of women, and preferred to call them misfortunes, did not attribute them solely, or even largely, to the wickedness of men, but to the combined wickedness and folly of social society in general, and who were of opinion that such matters were to be put right by patient, persevering, laborious, and persistent efforts on the part of men and women acting in concert, and not by the unwomanly acts and declamation of ladies of the Deemas stamp, whom they counted the worst enemies of the good cause, some wittingly, others unwittingly so. These people, among the comparatively humble multitude below, also had the penetration to perceive that the so-called wrongs did not lie all on one side, but that there was a pretty large class of the so-called lords who went about the world habitually in a sad and disgraceful state of moral semi-nakedness, in consequence of their trousers having been appropriated and put on by their better halves, and that therefore it was only meet that men and women should be united, as indeed they were from the first intended to be, in their efforts to put each other's wrongs to rights. In addition to all this, these weak-minded, shall we call them, people, moving in the comparatively humble multitude below, entertained the belief that rising in antagonism to the male sex in this matter was not only unnecessary and unjust and impolitic, but also ungenerous, for they reflected with much calm satisfaction that the lords are, after all, under woman's control. But Miss Deemas and all the ladies of the Eagle stamp did not think so. They did not believe that a strong mind means a strong enough to exercise its own powers to the ascertainment and reception of truth, and the rejection of falsehood and fallacy. Strong enough, under the influence of God's love, to perceive the paths of duty in all their ramifications, and to resolve to follow them. They did not believe that a high spirit, in the true sense of the word, meant a spirit broken down altogether, and brought into subjection to its owner's, not another's will. By no means. A strong mind, with the Deemas Eagles, meant unutterable and unalterable obstinacy, blind as a bat, with the great guns blazing all round, and the colours nailed to the mast. High spirit with them meant the inclination, ever present, always strong, and often asserted, to seize all the rest of the world, male and female, and lead it by the nose. The Demas eagles, as a class, receive ready-made opinions, fabricated by someone else, and call them their own, receiving them originally and holding them subsequently, not because they are true, but because they are pleasant to their eyes and sweet to their taste. They hold them stoutly, too, probably because, having no foundation, they would be apt to fall and get broken if not upheld. Having said thus much in behalf of the Demas eagles, we now dismiss them, with an apology to the reader. End of Chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zena Blue. Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantyne. Chapter 22. A Fireman's Life. The clocks were striking 9 when Frank issued from Miss Tippet's dwelling and walked briskly away. On turning a corner he came upon one of the numerous fire escapes that nightly rear their tall heads against the houses all over London, in a somewhat rampant way, as though they knew of the fires that were about to take place, and, like mettlesome war-horses, were anxious to rush into action without delay. On the pavement, close by the escape, stood a small sentry-box, and the moment Frank came in sight of it he remembered that it was the nocturnal habitation of his friend, Conductor Samuel Forrest. Sam himself was leaning his arms on the lower half of his divided door, and gazing contemplatively along the street. "Well, Sam, what news?" inquired Frank as he came up. "That you, Willders?" said Sam, a quiet smile of recognition playing on his good-humoured features. "I thought it must be the giant they're exhibiting in James's Hall just now, taking a stroll at night to escape the boys. Why, when do you mean to stop growing?" "I don't mean to interfere with nature at all," replied Frank, "and I believe the world will be big enough to hold me, whatever size I grow to." "Well, what's the news?" inquired Sam, emerging from his narrow residence, and proving in the act that, though not quite so tall as his friend, he was one who required a pretty fair share of room in the world for himself. "Nothing particular," said Frank, leaning against the escape. "Only a chimney and cutaway affair last night, and a false alarm and a first floor burnt out the day before." "How's Thompson?" asked Forrest. "Poorly, I fear," said Frank, with a shake of his head. "Sprained ankle he got when he fell off the folding board is getting well, but the injury to his spine from the engine is more serious." "Ah, poor fellow," said Forrest. "He's just a little too reckless. How came he by the sprain?" "It was in the basement of a bookbinder's in Littleton Street," said Frank, lighting a cigar. "We got the call about 11 p.m., and on getting there found 3 engines at work. Mr. Braidwood ordered our fellows to go down into the basement. It was very dark, and so thick of smoke that I couldn't see half an inch before my nose. We broke through the windows and found ourselves ankle deep in water. The engines had been at work flooding the place for some time, and there was more water than we expected. But we had got on the folding boards without knowing it, and before we knew where we were, down went Thompson into water 4 feet deep. I think myself some of the water pipes had burst. He rose gasping, and I caught him by the collar and hauled him out. It was in trying to recover himself when he fell that he got the sprain. You heard how he came by the other mishap." "Yes, it was galloping down Ludgate Hill, wasn't it?" "Aye. The engine went over a barrel, and the jolt threw him off, and before he got up it was on him. By good fortune it did not go over him, it only bruised his back, but it's worse than we thought it would be, I fear." "One never knows," said Forrest gravely. There's one man Jackson now. Only 2 weeks ago he was up in the 3rd floor in Lambeth, and had brought down 2 women and a child, was in the back rooms groping for more when the floor above gave way, and came down on him. We all thought he was done for, but some of the beams had got jammed, and not 5 minutes after he steps out of a window all right, only a scratch or 2, not worth mentioning. Yet that same man fell down a flight of stairs at the same fire, with a boy on his shoulder, and sprained his ankle so bad that he had been laid up for 3 weeks. But he saved the boy." "Ah, it was worth the sprain," said Frank. "It was," responded Forrest. "Well, good night," said Frank, resuming his walk. Samuel Forrest responded, "Good night," and then, getting into his box, sat down on his little seat, which was warranted not to hold 2, trimmed the lamp that hung at his side, and pulling out a book from a corner, began to peruse it. Sam was of a literary turn of mind. He read a great deal during his lonely watches, and used often to say that some of his happiest hours were those spent in the dead of night in his sentry box. His helmet hung on a peg beside him, his hatchet was in his girdle, and a small cap covered his head. Looking at him in his snug and brightly illuminated little apartment, he appeared, by contrast with the surrounding darkness, inexpressibly comfortable. Nevertheless, Sam Forrest could have told you that appearances are often deceptive, and that no matter how it looked, his box was but a cold habitation on a biting December night. While deeply immersed in his book, Sam heard the sound of approaching footsteps and pricked up his ears. He was a good judge of sounds. As they drew near, he quietly took off his cap, put on his helmet, and stepped from his box. The street was very silent, and perhaps not one of the hundreds of sleepers there thought of the solitary man who held vigil, and was so alert to do them service, if the hour of their extremity should come. But a cry arose that startled them. "Fire! Fire!" Another moment, and 2 men dashed round the corner, yelling at the top of their voices. Gasping for breath, they named the locality. Almost before they had done so, 2 policemen were on the spot. In another moment the fire escape was in motion. Instructed by the conductor, the 2 strangers and the policemen lent their willing aid. Before 10 minutes had passed, the tall machine was run up to a burning house, the lower part of which was blazing, while, from the upper windows, frantic cries were heard for help, and sundry figures in dishabille were waving their arms. The escape was run up, and one after another the inmates were rescued from their perilous position. While this scene was enacting, Frank was pursuing his way to the Regent Street fire station, but news of the fire got there before him. He arrived just in time to don his helmet and take his place on the engine. Away they went, and in 10 minutes after the arrival of the fire escape, they dashed up, almost running into an engine which appeared from an opposite direction. The fire was blazing brightly by this time, and the whole neighbourhood was in a state of commotion and excitement. The 2 engines were got to work with as little delay as possible. A body of police kept the gathering crowd back, and soon volumes of steam began to mingle with the black smoke of the burning building. The superintendent was early on the scene, and he directed Frank and another fireman to try to persuade the people in the adjoining houses to remain quiet, and not throw their furniture over the window. But this some of them would not consent to do. It was plain that 1 or 2 were mad with fear and excitement, and as the ruling passion is strong in death, so it would seem to be by no means weak in the midst of danger from a fire. For many of them bent their whole energies to the saving of their goods and chattels, regardless of their lives. One stout old gentleman, in particular, was seen at a 3rd-floor window heaving out chairs and stools and books and small tables and clocks, and even quantities of crockery, with desperate energy, to the great danger of the onlookers, at whose feet the various articles fell and were dashed to atoms. Frank darted up the stairs that led to this man's apartments and burst upon him. "Oh, come along, fireman, help me to save my things!" he exclaimed, as he struggled with superhuman efforts to thrust a table through the window, which was too small to permit its passage. "Stop, sir! Are you mad?" cried Frank sternly. "Help me! Help me! Oh, fireman, it will all be burned! Fire! Fire! Fire!" His voice rose into a fierce yell as he strove in vain with the table. "You're quite safe," cried Frank, holding him. "Your house ain't alight, and the engines have got it almost under." But Frank spoke to deaf ears, so he coolly lifted the man in his arms, carried him kicking downstairs, and placed him in charge of a policeman. Just then a cry was raised that there were 2 kegs of gunpowder in one of the shops on the ground floor. The owner of the shop came up in a frantic state and corroborated this statement. "It'll blow the house to bits, sir," he said to Mr. Braidwood. "Of course it will," remarked the latter in a quiet voice. "Come here, my man," he added, taking the shopkeeper apart from the crowd and questioning him closely. Immediately after, he ordered the engines to play on a particular part of the building. Just then Frank came up to the superintendent. "There's gunpowder in the back shop somewhere, I'm told, sir. Shall I go in for it?" "No, Wilders, you couldn't find it in the smoke. Take the branch, lad, and get up into that window above the door." Frank sprang to obey. At the same time Mr. Braidwood suddenly seized a horsecloth and dashed in through the smoke. In a few seconds he returned with one of the kegs of powder in his arms. Giving it to one of his men, he darted in again, and speedily reissued with a second keg of powder, amid the frank cheering of the crowd. Having done this, he continued to superintend the men until the fire was got under, which was soon accomplished, having been attacked promptly and with great vigour soon after it broke out. "You needn't wait, Mr. Dale," said Braidwood, going up to his foreman. "It's all safe now. I'll keep one engine, but you and your lads get off to your beds as fast as you can." Dale obeyed, and a few minutes after the engine was galloping homewards. Willie Wilders was in the station when it arrived, and so was Fred Auberly, who, having accompanied Willie, had gotten into such an interesting talk with the sub-engineer in charge that he forgot time, and was still in animated conversation when the wheels were heard in the distance. The 3 were out at the door in an instant. On came the engine, the horses' feet and wheels crashing harshly in the silent night. They came round the corner with a sharp swing. Either the driver had become careless, or he was very sleepy that night, for he dashed against an iron post that stood at the corner, and carried off 2 wheels. The engine went full 30 yards on the 2 off wheels before it came to the ground, which it did at last with a terrific crash, throwing the firemen violently to the ground. The sub-engineer and Fred and Willie sprang forward in great alarm, but the most of the men leaped up at once, and 1 or 2 of them laughed, as if to show that they had got no damage. But one of them lay extended on the pavement. It needed not a second glance to tell it was Frank Wilders. "Lift him gently, lads," said Dale, who was himself severely bruised. "Stop!" exclaimed Frank in a low voice. "I've got no harm except to my left leg. It's broken, I think. There's no use of lifting me till you get a cab. I'll go straight home if—" He fainted as he spoke. "Run for a cab, Willie," said Fred Auberly. Willie was off in a moment. In the same instant a messenger was dispatched for Dr. O'Fley, and in a short time after that Frank Wilders was lying on his mother's sofa, with his left leg broken below the knee. End of chapter 22. Recording by Zena Blue.
Chapter 23 of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Canto Stephen Starr. Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantyne. Chapter 23. With a very stiff cravat, and a dreadfully stiff back, and a painfully stiff aspect, Mr. James Auberly sat by the side of a couch and nursed his sick child. Stiff and starched and stern though he was, Mr. Auberly had a soft point in his nature, and this point has been reached at last, for through all the stiffness and starch there shone on his countenance an expression of deep anxiety as he gazed at Lou's emaciated form. Mr. Auberly performed the duties of a nurse awkwardly enough, not being accustomed to such work, but he did them with care and with an evident effort to please, which made a deep impression on the child's heart. "Dear papa," she said, after he had given her a drink and arranged her coverings, "I want you to do me a favour." She said this timidly, for she knew from past experience that her father was not fond of granting favours, but since her illness he had been so kind to her that she felt emboldened to make her request. "I will do it, dear," said the stiff man, bending morally as well as physically as he had never bent before, for the prospect of Lou's death had been presented to him by the physicians. I will do it, dear, if I can, and if the request be reasonable." "Oh, then, do forgive Fred, and let him be an artist," cried Lou eagerly, stretching out one of her thin hands. "Hush, darling," said Mr. Auberly with a look of distress. "You must not excite yourself so. I have forgiven Fred long ago, and he has become an artist in spite of my objections." "Yes, but let him come home, and be happy with it again, as he used to be, and go to the office with you," said Lou. Mr. Auberly replied somewhat coldly to this, that Fred was welcome to return home if he chose, but that his place in the office had been filled up. Besides, it was impossible for him to be both a painter and a man of business. He said and added that Lou had better not talk about such things, because she did not understand them. All he could say was that he was willing to receive Fred, if Fred was willing to return. He did not say, however, that he was willing to restore Fred to his former position in regard to his fortune, and as Lou knew nothing about her brother having been disinherited, she felt that she must be satisfied with this cold concession. "Can you not ask some other favour, such as I could grant," said Mr. Auberly with a smile, which was not nearly so grim as it used to be before the fire. The family always talked of the burning of Mr. Auberly's house as the fire, to the utter repudiation of all other fires, the great one of monumental fame included. Lou meditated some time before replying. "Oh, yes," she exclaimed suddenly, "I have another favour to ask. How stupid of me to forget it. I want you so very much to go and see a fairy that lives—" "A fairy, Lou," said Mr. Auberly, while a shade of anxiety crossed his face. You are rather weak just now. I must make you be quiet, and try to sleep if you talk nonsense, dear." "It's not nonsense," said Lou again, stretching out the thin hand which her father grasped, replaced under the coverings, and held there. "It's quite true, Papa," she continued energetically. "It is a fairy I want you to go and see. She's a pantomime fairy, and lives somewhere near London Bridge, and she's been very ill, and is so poor they say she's dying for want of good food." "Who told you about her, Lou?" "Willie Willders," she replied. "He has been to see her and her father the clown a good many times." Mr. Auberly frowned, for the name of Willie Willders did not sound pleasantly in his ears. "Do go and see her, pray, dear Papa," pleaded Lou with much earnestness, "and give her some money. You know that darling mamma said, just before she was taken away, the poor child persistently refused to use the expression when she died, she wanted you to take me sometimes to see poor people when they are sick, and I've often thought of that since, especially when I have come to the verse in the Bible which tells me to consider the poor, and I have often, oh, so very often, longed to go, but you are always so busy, dear Papa, that you never had time, you know." The stiff man winced a little at this. "But you seem to have more time now, Papa, and although I'm too weak to go with you, I thought I would ask you to go see this poor fairy, and tell her I will go to see her some day, if God makes me strong again." The stiff man winced still more at this, but it was only a momentary wince, such as a man gives when he gets a sudden and severe twinge of toothache. It instantly passed away. Still, as in the case of a toothache, it left behind an uneasy impression that there might be something very sharp and difficult to bear looming in the not-distant future. Mr. Auberly had covered his face with his hand, and leant his elbow on the edge of the couch. Leaning up quickly with a smile, still tinged with grimness, for evil habits and their results are not to be got rid of in a day, he said, "Well, Lou, I will go and see his fairy if it will please you, but somewhere near London Bridge is not a very definite address." "Oh, but Willie Willders knows it," said Lou. "But where is Willie Willders?" objected her father. "Perhaps at home, perhaps with Mr. Tippet's place." "Well, we shall soon find out," said Mr. Auberly, rising and ringing the bell. Hopkins answered the summons. Stiff, thin, tall, sedate, powdered, superfine Hopkins! How different from the personage we saw but lately plunging like a maniac at the fire-bell! Could it have been thee, Hopkins? Is it possible that anything so spruce, dignified, almost stately, could have fallen so very low? We fear it is too true, for human nature not unfrequently furnishes instances of tremendous contrast, just as material nature sometimes furnishes the spectacle of the serene summer sky being engulfed in the black thunderstorm. "Hopkins," said Mr. Auberly, handing him a slip of paper, "go to this address and ask for the boy William Willders. If he is there, bring him here immediately. If not, find out where he is, search for him, and bring him here without delay. Take a cab." Hopkins folded the paper delicately, with both his little fingers projecting very much, as though they wished it to be distinctly understood that they had no connection whatever with the others, and would not on any account assist the low-born and hard-working forefingers and thumbs in any such menial employment. Hopkins's nose appeared to be affected with something of the same spirit. Then Hopkins bowed; that is to say, he broke across suddenly at the middle, causing his stiff upper man to form a obtuse angle with his rigid legs for one moment, recovered his perpendicular, and retired. Oh, Hopkins, how difficult to believe that thy back was once as round as a hoop, and thy legs bent at acute angles, whilst thou didst lay violent hands on— well, let bygones be bygones, and let us all in kindness to thee learn the song which says, Teach, oh teach me to forget. Hailing a cab with the air of 6 emperors rolled into one, Hopkins drove to Mr. Tippet's residence, where he learned that Willie had gone home. So he followed him up, and soon found himself at Notting Hill, before the doors of Mrs. Wilder's humble abode. The door was opened by Willie himself, who stared in some surprise at the stately visitor. "Is William Willders at home?" said Hopkins. "I rather think he is," replied Willie with a grin. "Who shall I say calls on him, eh? You'd better send up your card." Hopkins frowned, but being a good-natured man, he immediately smiled and said he would walk in. "I think," said Willie, interposing his small person in the way, "that you'd as well stop where you are, for there's an invalid in the drawing-room, and all the other rooms is engaged, except the kitchen, which, of course, I could not show you into. Couldn't you deliver your message? I could manage to carry it if it ain't too heavy." In a state of uncertainty as to how far this was consistent with his dignity, Hopkins hesitated for a moment, but at length delivered his message, with which Willie returned to the parlour. Here on the little sofa lay the tall form of Frank Willders, arrayed in an old dressing-gown, and with one of his legs bandaged up and motionless. His face was pale, and he was suffering great pain, but a free and easy smile was on his lips, for beside him sat a lady and a young girl, the latter of whom was afflicted with a strong sympathy, but appeared afraid to show it. Mrs. Willders, with a stocking and knitting wires in her hands, sat on a chair at the head of the bed, looking anxious, but hopeful and mild. An open Bible, which lay on the small table at her side, showed how she had been engaged before the visitors entered. "My good sir," said the lady, with much earnestness of voice and manner, "I assure you it grieves me to heart to see you lying in this state. I am quite sure it grieves Emma too, and all your friends, when I think of the risks you run, and the way you dash up these dreadful fire things. What do you call them?" "Fire escapes, ma'am," answered Frank with a smile. "Ah, fire escapes. How you ever come down them alive is a mystery to me, I'm sure. But as I was saying, it makes one shudder to think of. And how does your leg feel now?" said Mrs. Tippet, forgetting what she had intended to say. "Pretty well," replied Frank. "The doctor tells me it has broken without splintering, and that I'll be all right in a few weeks, and fit for duty again." "Fit for duty, young man!" exclaimed Mrs. Tippet. "Do you mean to say that you will return to your dreadful profession when you recover? Have you not received warning enough?" "Why, madame," said Frank, "someone must look after the fires, you know, else London would be in ashes in a few months, and I like the work." "Like the work!" cried Miss Tippet in amazement. "Like to be almost smoked to death and burned alive, and tumbled off roofs, and get upset what's in names, and fall down fire things, and break all your legs and arms?" "Well, no, I don't like all that," said Frank, laughing. "But I like the vigor and energy that are called forth in the work, and I like the object of the work, which is to save life and property." "Why," exclaimed Frank enthusiastically, "it has all the danger and excitement of a soldier's life without the bloody work, and with better ends in view." "Nay, nay, Frank," said the peaceful Miss Willders, "you must not say better ends, because it is a great and glorious thing to defend one's native land." "A very just observation," said Miss Tippet, nodding approval. "Why, mother, who would have expected to hear you standing up for the redcoats in this fashion?" said Frank. "I stand for the blue jackets too," observed Mrs. Wilder meekly. "They fight for their country as well." "True, mother," rejoined Frank, "but I did not refer to ultimate ends. I only thought of the immediate results in connection with those engaged. The warrior fights, and in so doing destroys life and property. The fireman fights, and in doing so protects and preserves both." "Hear, hear," interrupted Willie. "But the copybook says, 'Comparisons are odious,' don't it? Mother, here's a fathom and 2 inches or so of humanity as wants me to go with him to Mr. Auberley. I suppose Frank can get along without me for a little while, eh?" "Certainly, my son. Why does he want you?" "Dunno. Perhaps he's going to offer to make me his secretary. But you don't seem at all alarmed at the prospect of my being carried off by a flunkey." "You'll come back, dearie, I doubt not." "Don't you? Oh, very well. I'll just look after myself. If I don't return, I'll advertise myself in the Times. Good-bye." Willie returned to the door, and announced he was ready to go. "But where is William?" asked Hopkins. "Master William Willders stands before you," said the boy, placing his hand on his heart and making a bow. "Come now, Longlegs," he added, seizing Hopkins by the arm and pushing him downstairs into the cab. Leaping after him, he shut the door with a bang. "Now then, cabby. All right, Beverly Square, full split, 6pence extra if you do it within the half." As they went, in a few seconds they were in the Mall, driving at a rattling pace. "See that house?" asked Willie, so suddenly as to startle Hopkins, who was quite overwhelmed by the vigor and energy of his young companion. "Eh, which? The one with the porch right before the door?" "No, no, stupid! The old red brick house with the limbs of a vine all over the front of it, and the skeleton of a Virginia creeper on the wall." "Yes, I see it," said Hopkins, looking out. "Ah, a friend of mine lives there. I'm on whistling terms here, I am." "Now then, mind your eye, pump handle," cried Willie. "The turn's rather sharp. Hallo!" As they swung round the Bayswater Road, the cab came in contact with Butcher's cart, which, being the lighter vehicle, was nearly upset. No serious damage resulted, however, and soon they drew up before the door of the house next to Mr. Auberly's, for that gentleman still occupied the residence of his friend. "Master Wilder," said Hopkins, ushering him into the presence of Mr. Auberly, who sat at the head of the couch. Willie nodded to Lou, and then to her father. "Boy," said the latter, beckoning Willie to approach, "my daughter wishes me to go and visit a poor family near London Bridge. She tells me you know their name and address." "The ferry, you know," said Lou, explaining. "Ah, the Cadleys," answered Willie. "Yes," resumed Mr. Auberly. "Will you conduct me to their abode?" In some surprise, Willie said that he would be happy to do so, and then asked Lou how she did. While Mr. Auberly was getting ready, Willie was permitted to converse with Lou and Mrs. Rose, who were summoned to attend to her young mistress. Presently Mr. Auberly returned, and bade Mrs. Rose be very careful of the invalid, and then set off with Willie. At first the boys felt somewhat awed by the remarkably upright figure that stalked in silence at his side, but as they continued to thread their way through the streets, he ventured to attempt a little conversation. "Weather's improving, sir," said Willie, looking up. "It is," replied Mr. Auberly, looking down in surprise at the boldness of the small guide. "Good for the country, sir," observed Willie. Mr. Auberly, being utterly ignorant of rural matters, thought it best to say nothing to this. We may add that Willie knew just as little or as much, as he had only ventured this remark because he had often heard it made in every possible variety of weather, and thought it would be a safe observation, replete, for all he knew, to the contrary, with hidden wisdom. There was silence after this for some time. "Do you know Mr. Tibbet well, sir?" inquired Willie suddenly. "Yes, I know him pretty well." "Ah, he's a first-rater," observed Willie, with a look of enthusiasm. "You've no notion of what a trump he is. Did you hear ever of his new machine for making artificial butter?" "No," said Mr. Auberly, somewhat impatiently. "Ah, it's a wonderful invention, that is, sir." "Boy," said Mr. Auberly, "will you be so good as to walk behind me?" "Oh, certainly, sir," said Willie, with a profound bow, as he fell to the rear. They walked on in silence until they came to the vicinity of the monument, when Mr. Auberly turned round and asked Willie which way they were to go now. "Right back again," said Willie. "How, boy? What do you mean?" "We've overshot the mark about half a mile, sir. But please, I thought you must be wishing to go somewhere else first, as you led the way." "Lead the way now, boy," said Mr. Auberly with a stern look. Willie obeyed, and in a few minutes they were groping in the dark regions underground which Mr. Cadley and his family inhabited. With some difficulty they found the door, and stood in the presence of the fairy. Thin though the fairy had been when Willie saw her last, she might have been called fat compared with the condition in which they now found her. She appeared like a mere shadow, with a delicate skin thrown over it. A bad transparency would have been more substantial in appearance. She lay alone on her lonely pallet, with a farthing candle beside her, which cast light sufficient only to make darkness visible. Being near the poor invalid, it caused her large dark eyes to glitter in an awful manner. Willie at once forgot his companion, and running up to the fairy, seized her hand and asked her how she did. "Pretty well, Willie. It's kind of you to come and see me so often." "Not a bit, Ziza. You know I like it. Besides, I've only come today to show a gentleman the way." He pointed up to Mr. Auberly, who had stopped short in the doorway, but who now advanced and sat down beside the invalid, and put her several formal questions, in a very stately and stiff manner, with a great assumption of patronage. But it was evident that she was not accustomed to the duty of visiting the sick, and, like little boys and girls when they sit down to write a letter, was very much at a loss of what to say. He began by asking the fairy about her complaint, and exhausted every point that entered into his imagination in reference to that. Then he questioned her as to her circumstances, after which he told her that he had been sent to see her by her daughter, Louisa, who was herself very ill, owing to the effects of a fire in his own house. At this point the child became interested, and came to his relief by asking a great many eager and earnest questions about Lou. She knew about the fire in Beverly Square and its incidents, Willie having often related them to her during his visits, and she knew Mr. Auberly by name, and was interested in him, but his frigid manner had repelled her, till he spoke of Lou having sent him to see her. "Oh, I've been so sorry about Miss Lou, sir," said Ziza, raising her large eyes and full in Mr. Auberly's face. I've heard of her, you know, from Willie, and when I've been lying around all alone here for hours and hours together, I have wondered how she spent her time, and if there were kind people about her to keep up her spirits. It's so strange that she and I should have been both hurt by a fire, and both of us so different every way. I do hope she got better, sir." Mr. Auberly became suddenly much interested in the fairy, for just as love begets love, so does interest beget interest. His feelings had been roused, his tongue was loosed, and forthwith he enjoyed a delightful conversation with the intelligent child. Not that there was any remarkable change to his matter of what was spoken, but there was a vast change in the manner of speaking it. Willie also chimed in now and then, and volunteered his opinions in a way that would have called forth a sharp rebuke from his patron half an hour before, but he was permitted to speak, even encouraged now, for Mr. Auberly was being tickled pleasantly. He was having his feelings and affections roused in a way he had never thought of or tried before. He was gathering golden experiences that he had never stooped to touch before, although the mine had been under his feet all his life, and his path had been strewn with neglected nuggets from the cradle. Fortunately not as yet to the grave. Ziza's Bible lay on the counterpane, close to her wasted little hand, while she was talking of Lou, with deep sympathy beaming off her eyes and trembling in her tones. Mr. Auberly laid his hand inadvertently on it. She observed the action and said, "Are you going to read and pray with me, sir?" Mr. Auberly was taken very much aback indeed by this question. "Well, no," he said, "that is, if, in fact, I have not brought my prayer book with me, but I will read it to you if you wish it." Sympathy was gone now. The fairy felt that, and not clearly understanding why, wondered at it. She thanked her visitor, however, and shut her eyes, while Mr. Auberly opened the Bible and cleared his voice. His confusion was only momentary. Still, the idea that he could be confused at all by two mere children in such a wretched cellar so nettled the worthy man that he had not only recovered his self-possession, but read a chapter with all the solemn dignity of tone and manner, as he would have assumed if he had been officiating in St. Paul's or Westminster Abbey. This was such a successful essay, and overawed his little congregation so terribly, that for a moment he thought of concluding with a benediction, but, being uncertain whether he could go correctly through it, he wisely refrained. Thereafter he rose, and bade the fairy good night. "Your father does not return till late, I suppose," he said when he held her hand. "No, it's morning generally before he gets away. The pantomimes are hurting him, I fear, for he's not so active as he once was. And he says he feels he falls very bad. Poor man, it's very sad, but I suppose it's the usual way with that class of men. Well, good night again." "Good night, sir," responded the fairy with a bright smile, "and thank you very much for your visit. Good night, Willie." Willie said good night in such a sulky tone, and followed Mr. Auberly to the door with such a reckless swagger, that the fairy gazed after him in unutterable surprise. After shutting the door with a bang, he suddenly opened it again and said in a loud voice, "I say, I'll get my wages day arter tomorrow. I'll bring you a couple of bobs then. It's all I can afford just now, for cigars are dear. If you're hard up for wittles in the meantime, just grin and bear it. You'll not die, you know. You'll only get thinner. I have heard that bit of bone-boiled shoe-leather ain't a bad thing to keep one easy till relief comes." "Dear me!" exclaimed Mr. Auberly in the distance, as bustling as lie spoke. "I quite forgot. How stupid of me. I was directed by my daughter to give you this." He took a £10 note from his purse and put it in the fairy's hand. "This is from Louisa," he continued, "and I may add that this is savings from her pocket-money. I did not wish the dear child to part with it. Instead, I would give it to you for myself, but she was so urgent and seemed so distressed when I refused my consent that I gave in. So you have to thank my daughter, not me." Mr. Auberly smiled and nodded as he turned to go, and there was really very little grimness in the smile on this occasion, very little indeed. Willie also noticed with great violence and frequency. He likewise winked with one eye, and otherwise sought to indicate that there were within him sundry deep and not easily expressed thoughts and feelings, which were upon the whole of a satisfactory nature. As for the fairy, she never once smiled or thanked Mr. Auberly, but simply stared at him with her lustrous eyes opened to their very widest. She continued to stare at the door, as though she saw him through it, for some time after they were gone. Then she turned suddenly to the wall, thanked God, and burst into tears, glad tears, such as those can only weep who have unexpectedly found relief when their extremity was greatest. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantyne. Chapter 24. A Change in Fortune. There is nothing more surprising in regard to sublunary matters than the way in which unexpected events arise out of what may be called unintentional causes. When David Boone and his friend Gorman planned the insurance and destruction of the toy shop and its contents, they no more expected that the very first steps towards that end would result in the conversion of a poor into a flourishing business, than they expected that the expression of a wish would convert Poor Thing Lane into Beverly Square. Yet so it was. Poor David was rendered so desperate by his straits, and so anxious to escape from the crime into which his friend sought to plunge him, that he meditated suicide. But lacking the courage to accomplish this, he relieved his feelings by carrying out the details of his business and the preliminary steps of his plan with the wild and reckless energy of a maniac. The more he thought of the meshes which Gorman had cast around him, the more did he regard escape impossible. He therefore sought relief in action. He not only talked to his neighbours, as per agreement, about his rapidly increasing business, but he made purchases on a scale more extensive than he had ever before contemplated, even in his dreams. Being convinced that ruin, sooner or later, was his doom, he indulged in the most extravagant excesses, with much of the feeling which prompts some seamen, when the ship is sinking, to break into the spirit-room and spend the short remnant of life in jollity. He experienced a sort of savage delight in ordering right and left from wholesale dealers in town and country, and even went so far as to write to Germany for toys, using the name of a well-known London house which had hitherto, and justly, believed him to be an honest man. The result of this was that Poor Thing Lane was besieged for some time by railway vans and waggons so huge that apparently an inch more added to their bulk would have rendered their passage impossible. Great deal boxes were constantly being unpacked in front of Mr. Boone's door, much to the annoyance of Miss Tippet, who could not imagine how it happened that her sedate and slow-going landlord had got such a sudden increase of business. Little did she think, poor lady, that this was the fuel with which it was intended to roast her alive. Some of the smaller accounts for goods thus purchased Boone paid at once with the money furnished to him by Gorman, and thus got credit for being a capitalist. Others he deferred payment of until a more convenient season. His friend Gorman, who would not have bent the joint of his little finger to have saved him from destruction, was so anxious to get up a good appearance, for the sake of getting the insurance effected advantageously, that he did his best to carry out his part of the plan, and, being a man of energy, who in the paths of virtue might have risen to a high position among men, he succeeded beyond his expectation. Crowds of purchasers were sent by him to the shop of the celebrated toyman. Some were mere decoy ducks, who came and went, for a consideration, pretty frequently, and only priced the goods. Others were genuine purchasers, and between the two they created so much traffic in the toy shop that the multitude, so difficult to move by mere suasion, but so prone to follow blindly in the wake of a senseless rush, when once the rush takes place, began to move in the direction of the toy shop, and shortly before Christmas the demand for toys was so great that Boone had to engage 2 assistants to carry on the business, and even the lane itself began to feel the benefit of the sudden increase of traffic. All this was patent to the eyes of David Boone, but he was so overwhelmed with a sense of the guilt he was about to incur, and the deception he was even then practising, that he regarded the whole affair as a hollow bubble, which would soon burst, and leave nothing behind. Even the rapid increase of the credit balance in his bank-book did not affect his opinion, for he was not much of a financier, and, knowing that his transactions were founded on deception, he looked on the balance as being deceptive also. Not so thought Gorman. That wily individual perceived, to his amazement, that things were taking a turn which had never been contemplated, so he silently looked on, and wondered, and chuckled, and resolved to abide his time. As property flowed in upon him, David Boone became more insane, for his condition of mind was little, if at all, short of temporary insanity, and his proceedings became more eccentric than ever. Among other things, he became suddenly smitten with a desire to advertise, and immediately in the columns of the papers appeared advertisements to the effect that the celebrated toy emporium was to be found in Poorthing Lane. Finding that this increased his business considerably, he hit upon a plan of advertising which has been practised rather extensively of late years in London. He sent out an army of boys with pots of whitewash and brushes, with directions to print in rough but large legible letters the words "Who's Boone?" on all the blank walls of the metropolis, and in the papers he answered the question by having printed under the same title, "Why, the manager of the Toy Emporium, to be sure, in Poorthing Lane." He also advertised specially that he had in stock an assortment of 500 golden-haired dolls from Germany, full-dressed, half-dressed, and naked. This last was irresistible. Thousands of young hearts beat high at the mere thought of such numbers, with golden hair too, and dozens of mammas and papas too visited Poorthing Lane in consequence. In course of time David Boone's eyes began to open to the fact that he was rapidly making a fortune. It was after the bustle of the Christmas season was over that he made this discovery. One of his new assistants, a young man named Lyle, was the means of opening his employer's eyes to the truth. Lyle was a clever accountant, and had been much surprised from the first that Boone kept no regular system of books. At the end of the year he suggested that it would be well to take stock and find out the state of the business. Boone agreed. Lyle went to work, and in a short time the result of his labours showed that after all debts were paid there would remain a satisfactory credit balance at the bank. On the evening of the day on which this marvellous fact was impressed on Boone's mind, Gorman called, and found his friend rubbing his hands and smiling benignantly in the back room. "You seem jolly," said Gorman, sitting down as usual by the fire, and pulling out, as usual, the short pipe. "Business getting on well?" "It is," said Boone, standing with his back to the fire, and swaying himself gently to and fro. "Things don't look so bad. I can pay you the arrears of rent now." "Oh, can you?" said Gorman. "Ah!" "Yes, and I'm in a position to pay you £50 of the debt I owe you, besides," said Boone. "And a bill at 3 months for the balance?" inquired Gorman. No, he could not venture to do that exactly, but he hoped to pay a further instalment before the end of 3 months. How much may the profits be?" Boone could not say precisely, not having had all his accounts squared, but he believed they were considerable. "I'll be bound they are," said Gorman with a growl. "You won't want to set things alight now, I dare say." "Well, I think it'll be as well to wait a bit, and let us make hay while the sunshine goes on." "Let you make hay, you mean." "Oh, as to that, the most of it will go to your stack for some time to come, Gorman." "And what about the insurance?" "Well, you know," observed Boone, "it's of no use paying the premium for nothing, as we don't mean to set the place alight, you know." "Ay, but the life insurance, I mean," said Gorman. Boone laughed, and observed that he thought it best not to die just at that particular moment, whereupon Gorman laughed too, and said he was about right, and that it would be as well to delay both events in the meantime. After saying which, he took his leave in better humour than usual, for Gorman was what men of his own stamp termed a deep file. He saw into futurity, so he thought, a considerable way farther than most men, and in the future of his own imagination he saw such a pleasant picture that his amiable spirit was quite cheered by it. He saw David Boone making money so fast that his goods might be insured at a much larger amount. He saw him getting into fresh difficulties, of course, because such a business, on such a foundation, could not go on prosperously except under the most able management. And even though it did prosper in spite of improbabilities, he foresaw that there was an amiable gentleman, much like himself, who would induce Boone to traffic beyond his means, and when money was wanted, the same kind gentleman, he saw that quite clearly, would come forward generously with a loan, for which he would only ask Boone to make over to him in security his 2 policies of insurance, fire and life, after which, well, we need not go on revealing the future as it appeared to Gorman's mental vision. Suffice it to say that he saw upon the whole a prospect which gave him great satisfaction. There were 1 or 2 things which he did not see, however, and which might have modified his feelings considerably if he had seen them. Of these we shall say nothing at present. As for David Boone, his heart rejoiced, for he too had visions of the future which charmed him. He saw his debt to Gorman paid, and himself set free from the power of that amiable friend. He saw a toy-shop change its locality and its aspect. He saw it transplanted into Regent Street, with plate-glass windows, in which were displayed objects of marvellous ingenuity and transcendent beauty. One window especially exhibiting, not a crowd, but a very nation of wax dolls with blue eyes and golden hair. He saw, moreover, a very little old woman lying in a bed, in an elegant and comfortable apartment, with a Bible beside her, and a contented smile on her face. This old lady resembled his own mother so strongly, that all other prospects of the future faded from his view, and in the fulness of his heart and his success, he resolved then and there to go home and present her with a gift on the strength of the prosperity at that time attained to. David was sorely perplexed as to what this gift ought to be. He thought of a new silk gown at first, but the remembrance of the fact that his mother was bedridden banished this idea. Owing to the same fact, new boots and gloves were inadmissible, but caps were not. Happy thought! He started off at once, and returned home with a cap so gay, voluminous, and imposing, that the old lady, unused though she was to mirth, laughed with amusement, while she cried with joy at this, not the first, evidence of her son's affection. Chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantyne. Chapter 25. Changes and Mysteries. 7 years passed away. During that period, London revolved in its usual course, reproducing its annual number of events, its births, deaths, and marriages, its plans, plots, and pleasures, its business, bustle, and bungle, its successes, sentiments, and sensations, its facts, fancies, and failures, also its fires, which last had increased steadily until they reached the imposing number of about 1,200 in the year. But although that time elapsed and many changes took place, for better or for worse, in all circles of society, there had not been much change in the relative positions of the actors in our tale, at least not much that was apparent. Great alterations, however, had taken place in the physical condition of some of them, as the sequel will show. One bright morning in the springtime of the year, a youth, with the soft down of early manhood on his lips and cheeks, paced slowly to and fro near the margin of the pond in Kensington Gardens. Being early, the spot was as complete a solitude as the backwoods of North America, and so thick was the foliage on the noble trees that no glimpse of the surrounding city could be obtained in any direction. Everything that greeted eye and ear was characteristic of the woods, even to the swans, geese, ducks, and other waterfowl which sported on the clear surface of the pond, while the noise of traffic in the mighty metropolis was so subdued by distance as to resemble the deep-toned roar of a great cataract. A stranger rambling there for the first time would have found it difficult to believe that he was surrounded on all sides by London. It was one of those soul-stirring mornings in which nature seems to smile. There was just enough of motion in the air to relieve the effect of what is called a dead calm. The ripple on the water caught the sun's rays, and breaking them up, scattered them about in a shower of fragmentary diamonds. Fleecy white clouds floated in the blue sky, suggesting dreams of fairyland, and scents of sprouting herbage filled the nostrils, reminding one of the fast approaching summer. The youth who sauntered alone by the margin of the pond was broad of shoulder and stout of limb, though not unusually tall, not much above the middle height. His gait was easy, free, almost reckless, as though he cared not a fig for anybody, high or low, rich or poor. Yet his eye was bright, and his smile kindly, as though he cared for everybody, high, low, rich, and poor. He sauntered with his hands in the pockets of his short coat, and whistled an operatic air in a low, melodious tone. He was evidently waiting for someone, and, judging from his impatient gestures, someone who was resolved to keep him waiting. Presently a female figure appeared in the far distance, on the broad avenue that leads direct from the Serpentine. She was young and graceful in form, but she walked with a quick step, with her eyes looking down, like one who had regarded neither youth nor grace. Cautiously enough, this downcast look gave to her fair face a modest, captivating grace, which is never seen to sit upon the lofty brow, or to circle round the elevated nose of conscious beauty. The youth at first paid no attention to her. She was not the someone for whom he waited. But as she drew near, he became suddenly interested, and threw himself in her way. Just as she was about to pass, she raised her eyes, startled, blushed, and exclaimed, "Mr. Wilders!" "Good morning, Miss Ward," said the youth, advancing with a smile, and holding out his hand. "This is indeed an unexpected pleasure. I did not know that you were addicted to early walking." "I am indeed fond of early walking," replied Emma, with a smile, "but I cannot say that it is so much pleasure as duty which brings me here. I am a day governess, and pass this pond every morning on my way to Kensington, where the family in which I teach resides." "Indeed," said Willie, with that amount of emphasis which denotes moderate surprise and solicits information. He paused for a single moment, but seeing that Emma did not intend to speak of her own affairs, he added quickly, "I am waiting for my brother Frank. We arranged to meet here this morning. I hope that Miss Tippet is well." "Quite well," replied Emma, with a blush, as she took a sudden interest in a large duck, which swam up to the edge of the pond at that moment, in the hope, no doubt, of obtaining food from her hand. Its hopes were disappointed, however, for Emma only called it a beautiful creature, and then, turning somewhat abruptly to Willie, said, with a slight look of embarrassment, that she feared she should be late and must bid him good morning. Willie felt a good deal puzzled, and had he been the same Willie that we introduced at the commencement of our tale, he would have told Emma his mind candidly, and asked her what was the matter. But Willie was a man now, so he smiled, lifted his hat politely, and wished her good morning. 5 minutes later, Frank appeared in the distance and hurried forward. 7 years had added a little to the breadth of his shoulders, and the firm self-possession of his step and look, but they made no other perceptible impression on him. There was, indeed, a deep scar on his right temple, but that was the result of accident, not of time. Many a hairbreadth escape had he made during those 7 years of fighting with the flames, and often had his life been in imminent danger, but he was fortunate in having escaped, hitherto, with only a broken leg and a variety of small cuts, scalds, and bruises. The cut on his temple was the severest and most recent of these. He had got it in a fall through a second floor, which gave way under him as he was attempting to rescue an old bedridden man, who lay in an inner chamber. Frank was carried out in a state of insensibility on the broad shoulders of his friend Baxmore, while Dale rescued the old man. "How goes it, Frank?" cried Willie, advancing and giving his brother's hand a warm shake. "The cut head mending, eh?" "Oh, it's all right," replied Frank, with a smile, as they sauntered up and down by the margin of the pond. "The headaches have left me now, I'm thankful to say, and the doctor tells me it won't leave much of a mark." "You don't need to care much if it does, for it's an honorable scar, and does not spoil your beauty, old boy." "Well, Willie," said Frank, "here I am at your request. What have you got to tell me? Nothing serious, I hope." The stalwart fireman looked earnestly into his brother's face, and exhibited more anxiety than there seemed to be any occasion for. "No, nothing very serious. It may be serious enough for all I know, but as far as my knowledge goes, it's not bad enough to make you look so anxious. Why, what's the matter with you?" "Nothing, Willie. Perhaps my late accident has shaken my nerves a bit." Willie burst into a loud laugh, and said that it was so awfully absurd to hear a man like Frank talking of nerves at all that he could not help it. Well, but what is the news you've got to tell me? Resumed Frank. You're not going to be married, are you? Frank asked this with a look and expression so peculiar that Willie again laughed, and said that really he could not understand him at all. For even suppose he had been going to be married, that was no reason why he should take it so much to heart, as the expression on his face implied he did. Perhaps not, Willie, said Frank with a quiet smile. That is not what you want to speak about, then. No, certainly not. Frank appeared relieved, and Willie, observing the appearance, said, Come now, I really don't see why you should be so very much pleased to hear that. I'm young, it is true, but I'm old enough, and I have a good business with brilliant prospects, and there appears to me no reason on earth why I should not marry if I felt so disposed. None in the world, Willie, said Frank with some haste. But you tell me you were not thinking of that just now, so pray let's hear what you've got to say. Oh, it's all very well in you, old blazes, to change the subject in that way, but I'm nettled at your implied objection to my getting married if I choose. However, we won't quarrel over it, so here goes for the point. Willie's bantering manner instantly left him. He walked in silence for a few seconds, as if he pondered what he had to say. There are 2 points which trouble me just now, Frank, and I want your opinion in regard to them. The first is Miss Tibbet. She is a small point, no doubt, whether we regard her physically or mentally, but she is by no means a small point if we regard her socially, for the good that little woman does in a quiet, unobtrusive way is almost incredible. Do you know, Frank, I have a sort of triumphant feeling in regard to the sour, cynical folk of this world, whom it is so impossible to answer in their fallacious and sophistical arguments, when I reflect that there is a day coming when the meek and lowly and unknown workers, for the sake of our Lord, shall be singled out from the multitude, and their true place and position assigned them. Miss Tippet will stand higher, I believe, in the next world than she does in this. Well, Miss Tippet has been much out of sorts of late, mentally, and Mr. Tippet, who is the kindest man alive, has been very anxious about her, and has begged of me to try and counsel and comfort her. Now it is not an easy matter to comply with this request, because, in the first place, Miss Tippet does not want me to counsel or comfort her, so far as I know, and in the second place, my motives for attempting to do so might be misunderstood. How so? Exclaimed Frank quickly. Well, you know, Miss Ward lives with her, said Willie, with a modest look. There was again something peculiar about Frank's expression and manner, as he said, Well, it would not signify much, I dare say, if people were to make remarks about you and Miss Ward, for you know it would not be misconstruction after all. What mean you? Asked Willie in surprise. You remember what you once said to me about your bosom being on fire, pursued Frank. I suppose the fire has not been got under yet, has it? Willie burst into a loud laugh. Why, blazes, do you not know? But no matter. We came here to talk of business. After that is done, we can diverge to love. Willie paused here again for a few seconds and then resumed. You must know, Frank, that the cause of Miss Tippet's disturbance just now is the strange conduct of her landlord, David Boone, who's been going on of late in a way that would justify his friends putting him in an asylum. His business affairs are, I fear, in a bad way, and he not only comes with excessive punctuality for Miss Tippet's rent, but he asks her for loans of money in a wild, incoherent fashion, and favors her with cautions and warnings of a kind that are utterly incomprehensible. Only the other night he came to her and asked if she did not intend soon to visit some of her friends, and on being informed that she did not, he went further and advised her to do so, saying that she was looking very ill, and he feared she would certainly get into bad health if she did not. In fact, he even said that he feared she would die if she did not go to the country for a few weeks. Now all this would be laughable as being the eccentricity of a half-cracked fellow, if it were not that he exhibits such a desperate anxiety that his advice should be followed, and even begged of the poor lady, with tears in her eyes, to go visit her friends. What do you think of it, Frank? I confess myself utterly nonplussed. I don't know what to think, said Frank after a pause. Either the man must be mad, or he wishes to rob Miss Tippet's house in her absence. Willie admitted that the first supposition might be true, but he held stoutly that the second was impossible, for Boone was too honest for that. They conversed for some time on this point, and both came ultimately to the conclusion that the thing was incomprehensible and mysterious, and that it ought to be watched and inquired into. Willie, moreover, said he would go and consult his friend Barrett about it. "You know Barrett, Frank?" "No, but I've heard of him." "Ah, he is a first-rate fellow, in one of the insurance offices, I forget which. I came to know him when I first went to Mr. Tippett's. He lived then in the floor below us with a drunken companion whom he was anxious to reclaim, but he found him so hard to manage that he at last left him and went to live in Hampstead. He and I became great friends when he lived under our workshop. He got married 2 years ago, and I have not seen much of him since, but he's a sharp fellow, and knows a good deal more of the Tippetts than I was aware of. I'll go and see if he can throw any light on this subject." "The next point," pursued Willie, "is Catley the clown. Have you seen or heard of him lately?" Frank said he had not. "Well, I'm greatly troubled about him. He's become a regular drunkard, and leads his poor daughter a terrible life. He's so broken down with dissipation that he can scarcely procure employment anywhere. His son is fortunately a pretty decent fellow, though somewhat wild, and helps in a small way to support his father, having obtained a situation as clown in one of the minor theatres. The daughter, Ziza, has long ago given up the profession, and has been struggling to maintain herself and her father by painting fire screens and making artificial flowers. But the work's severe and ill paid, and I see quite well that if the poor girl is not relieved in some way, she will not be able to bear up." "I grieve to hear this, Willie," said Frank. "But how comes it that you take so great an interest in these people?" "Frank," said Willie, assuming a tone of deep seriousness, while a glow suffused his cheeks, "can you keep a secret?" "I think so, lad. At least I promise to try." "Well, then," said Willie, "I love Ziza Catley. I knew her first as a fairy. I know her now as a woman who is worthy of a place among the angels. For none but those who know her well and have seen her fighting the battle of life can have the least idea of the self-denial, the perseverance under difficulties, the sweetness of temper, and the deep-seated love of that devoted girl. She goes every night, after the toil of each day, to the door of the theatre, where she waits to conduct her father safely past the gin palaces, into which, but for her, he would infallibly stray, and she spends all she has in making him comfortable. But I see well enough that this is killing her. She can't stand it long, and I won't stand it at all. I've made up my mind to that. Now, Frank, I want your advice." To say that Frank was hearty in his assurances that he would do what he could to help his brother would be a faint way of stating the truth. Frank shook Willie by the hand and congratulated him on having gained the affections of one whom he knew to be a good girl, and then condoled with him on that girl's unfortunate circumstances. But Willie stopped him short at this point by asking him in a tone of surprise what could be the matter with him, for at first he'd been apparently annoyed at the notion of his, Willie's, being in love, and now he seemed quite pleased about it. In short, his conduct was unaccountable. Frank laughed, but said eagerly, "Why, Willie, did you not tell me long ago that there was a fire in your bosom lit up by a certain young friend of Miss Tippet's?" "Oh," interrupted Willie, "Emma Ward. Ah, yes, I confess that I did feel spooning once in that direction when I was a boy. But the fairy displaced her long ago. No, no, Frank, I'm not accountable for boyish fancies. By the way, I have just parted from the fair Emma. We had a tete-a-tete here not half an hour before you arrived." "Here?" exclaimed Frank in surprise. "Aye, here," replied Willie. "She passes this pond every morning, she told me, on her way to teach a family in Kensington. By the way, I didn't think of asking whether the father, mother, and servants were included among her pupils. Why, Frank, what an absent frame of mind you are in this morning. I declare it is not worth a man's while consulting you about anything." "I beg pardon," cried Frank quickly. "Your words cause my mind to wander a bit. Come, what do you think of doing?" "What do you think I should do? That is the question." "You can offer to assist them," suggested Frank. "I've done so," said the other. "But Ziza won't accept of assistance." "Could we not manage to get her in a situation of some sort, with light work and good pay?" "Ah, firemen's, for instance," cried Willie with a sarcastic laugh. Did you ever hear of a situation with light work and good pay except under government? I never did. We might perhaps find steady work and good pay. It would only be required for a time. Because I mean to, well, no matter. But how and where is it to be got? Good Mr. Tippet is of no use because he is mad. Mad, Willie? Mad as a March hare. For years back I have suspected it, but now I am sure of it. In fact, I feel that I have gradually come to be his keeper, but more of that anon. Meanwhile, what is to be done for the Catleys? Could nothing be done with Mr. Auberly? Willie shook his head. No, I fear not. He was in a soft state once, long ago, 6 or 7 years now. I think when the dear fairy was ill, and he seemed as if he were going to become a man, but his daughter Lou had just begun to be ill at that time. She's been so long ill now that he's got used to it, and has relapsed again into an oyster. He might be reached through Lou yet, said Frank. Perhaps, replied Willie, but I doubt it, for he's a blunt old fellow in his feelings, however sharp he may be in his business. Besides, Lou is so weak now that very few are allowed to see her except Ziza and Miss Tippet and Emma Ward. The brothers remained silent after this for some time, for neither of them could see his way out of their difficulties. At last Frank suggested that Willie should go home and consult his mother. She is wise, Willie, and has never given us bad advice yet. I know what her first advice will be, said Willie. What? Asked Frank. To go and pray about it, answered Willie. Well, she might give worse advice than that, said Frank with much earnestness. In fact, I doubt if she could give much better. True, assented Willie, and now, old fellow, I'm off. Mr. Tippet likes punctuality. I'll look in at the station in passing if anything turns up to clear my mind on these matters. Meanwhile, good-bye. It is a remarkable fact that Frank Wilders took an early walk as frequently as possible in Kensington Gardens, near the pond, after this conversation with his brother. And it is a still more remarkable fact that he always felt like a guilty man on these occasions, as if he were taking some mean advantage of someone. Yet it was certain that he took advantage of no one, for nobody ever met him there by any chance whatever. A fact even more remarkable still was that never after that day did Emma Ward go to her duties through Kensington Gardens, but always by the Bayswater Road, although the latter was dusty and unpicturesque compared with the former, and it is a circumstance worthy of note as savouring a little of mystery, that Emma acted as if she, too, were a guilty creature during her morning walks, and glanced uneasily from side to side as she went along, expecting apparently that a policeman or detective would pounce upon her suddenly and bear her off to prison. Whether guilty or not guilty, it is plain that no policeman or detective had the heart to do it, for Miss Ward went on her mission daily without molestation. It is not easy to say what was the cause of these unaccountable proceedings. We might hazard an opinion, but we feel that our duty is accomplished when we have simply recorded them. Perhaps love had something to do with them, perhaps not. Who knows? End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantyne. Chapter 26. What Drink Will Do. Time passed on as time is wont to do, and Christmas came again. The snow was deep in London streets and thick on the roofs and chimneys. It curled over the eaves of the houses in heavy white folds, ready to fall and smother the unwary passengers. It capped the railings everywhere with little white knobs, and rounded off the corners of things so that wherever the eye alighted, the same impressions were invariably conveyed to it, namely, whiteness and rotundity. Corinthian capitals were rendered, if possible, more ornate than ever by snow. Equestrian statues were laden with it so heavily that the horses appeared to stagger beneath their trappings, and the riders, having white tips to their noses, white lumps on their heads and shoulders, and white patches on their cheekbones and chins, looked inevitably ridiculous and miserably cold. Everything, in fact, was covered and blocked up with snow, and Londoners felt as if they had muffled drums in their ears. It was morning. The sky was clear, the air still, and the smoke of chimneys perpendicular. Poulterers' shops were in their holiday attire, Toy shops were in the ascendant, and all other shops were gayer than usual. So were the people who thronged the streets and beat their hands and stamped their feet, for it was unusually cold. Street boys were particularly lively, and chaff was flying as thickly as snowflakes had fallen the night before. Even the roughs, who forsook their dens, and with shovels and brooms on their shoulders paraded the streets, intent on clearing doorsteps with or without the leave of inhabitants, seemed to be less gruff than usual. And some of them even went the length of cutting jokes with the cabmen and the boys. Perhaps their spirits were elevated by the proud consciousness of being for once in the way of earning an honest penny. "I say, Ned," observed one of these roughs, a lively one, who was very rough indeed to a companion, who was rougher still and gloomy. "Look at their gal cleaning of her steps with a fire shovel. Ain't that economy gone mad? Hello, young woman. What's the use of you trying to do it with a teaspoon when there's Ned and me ready to do it with our shovels for next to nothing?" The servant girl declined the assistance thus liberally offered, so the two men moved slowly on, looking from side to side as they went, in expectation of employment, while a small boy in a man's hat, who walked behind them, nodded to the girl and said she was a sensible, thrifty gal, and that she might be sure there was some feller unknown who would bless the day he was born after he'd got her. 50 yards farther on, a stout, red-faced, elderly gentleman was observed to look out the street door and frown at things in general. "Have your doorsteps cleaned, sir?" asked the lively rough, taking the shovel off his shoulder. The elderly gentleman, being angry on private and unknown grounds, perhaps bad digestion, vouchsafed no reply, but looked up at the sky and then over the way. "Do it cheap, sir," said the lively rough. "No," said the elderly gentleman, with a sort of snapping look, as he turned his gaze up the street and then down it. "Snow's wery deep on the steps, sir," said the rough. "Do you suppose I'm an ass?" exclaimed the elderly gentleman in a sudden burst. "Well, sir," said the lively rough, in the grave tone and manner of one who has had a difficult question in philosophy put to him. "Well, sir, I don't know about that." His large mouth expanded gradually from ear to ear after this reply. The elderly gentleman's face became scarlet and his nose purple, and retreating 2 paces, he slammed the door violently in the rough's face. "Ah, it comes of overfeedin', poor feller," said the lively man, shouldering his shovel and resuming his walk beside his gloomy comrade, who neither smiled nor frowned at these pleasantries. "A warm old gentleman," remarked the boy in the man's hat as he passed. The lively man nodded and winked. "Might eat his wittles raw and cook 'em inside a'most," continued the boy. "Would advise him to keep out of Yoig Park, though, for fear ye'd get too near the powder magazine." At this point the gloomy rough, who did not appear, however, to be a genuine rough, but a pretty good imitation of one, made of material that had once seen better days, stopped and said to his comrade that he was tired of that sort of work, and would bid him good day. Without waiting for an answer, he walked away, and his companion, without vouchsafing a reply, looked after him with a sneer. "A rum cove," he remarked to the small boy in the man's hat as he continued his progress. "Rather," replied the boy. With this interchange of sentiment, these casual acquaintances parted, to meet probably no more. Meanwhile, the gloomy rough, whom the lively one called Ned, walked with rapid steps along several streets, as though he had a distinct purpose in view. He turned at last into a narrow, quiet street, and going up to the door of a shabby genteel house, applied the knocker with considerable vigour. "Now then, go along with you. We don't want your services here. We clear off our own snow, we do. Imprints to knock, too, as if he was a gentleman." This was uttered by a servant girl who had thrust her head out of a second-floor window to take an observation of the visitor, before going down to open the door. "Is he at home, Betsy dear?" inquired the gloomy man, looking up with a leer which proved that he could be a reverse of gloomy when he chose. "Oh, it's you, is it? I don't think he wants to see you. Indeed, I'm sure of it," said the girl. "Yes, he does, dear. At all events, I want to see him, and Betsy, say it's pressing business, and not begging." Betsy disappeared, and soon after, reappearing at the door, admitted the man, whom she ushered into a small apartment, which was redolent of tobacco, and in which sat a young man slippered in dressing gown, taking breakfast. "How are you, doctor?" said the visitor, in a tone that did not accord with his soiled and ragged garments, as he laid down his hat and shovel and flung himself into a chair. "None the better for seeing you, Hooper," replied the doctor sternly. "Well, well," exclaimed Ned, "what a world we live in, to be sure. It was a hail fellow well met, when I was well off now." He scowled here. "My old familiars gave me the cold shoulder because I'm poor." "You know that you are unjust," said the doctor, leaning back in his chair, and speaking less sternly though not less firmly. "You know, Ned, that I've helped you with advice and with money to the utmost extent of my means, and you know that it was a long, long time before I ceased to call you one of my friends. But I do not choose to be annoyed by a man who has deliberately cast himself to the dogs, whose companions are the lowest wretches in London, and whose appearance is dirty and disgusting as well as disreputable." "I can't help it," pleaded Hooper. "I can get no work." "I don't wonder at that," replied the doctor. "Every friend you ever had has got you work of one kind or another during the last few years, and you've drunk yourself out of it every time. Do you imagine that your friends will continue to care for a man who does not care for himself?" Ned did not reply, but hung his head in moody silence. "Now," continued the doctor, "my time is a little more valuable than yours. State what you've got to say, and then be off. Stay," he added in a softened tone. "Have you breakfast?" "No," answered Ned, with a hungry glance at the table. "Well, then, as you did not come to beg, you may draw in your chair and go to work." Ned at once availed himself of this permission, and his spirits revived wonderfully as he progressed with the meal, during which he stated the cause of his visit. "The fact is," said he, "that I want your assistance, doctor." "I told you already," interrupted the other, "that I have assisted you to the utmost extent of my means." "My good fellow, not so sharp, pray," said Ned, helping himself to another roll, the first having vanished like a morning cloud. "I don't want money. Ah, that is to say, I do want money, but I don't want yours. No, I came here to ask you to help me to get a body." "A body? What do you mean?" "Why, what to say, surely you've cut up enough of them to know them by name. A dead body, doctor, a subject." The doctor smiled. "That's a strange request, Ned. You're not going to turn to my profession as a last resort, I hope." "No, not exactly, but a friend of mine wants a body, that's all, and offers me to pay a good round sum if I get one for him." "Is your friend a medical man?" asked the doctor. "No, he's not. In fact, he has more to do with spirits than bodies, but he wants one of the latter, and I said I'd try and get him one. So if you can help me, do so, like a good fellow. My friend is particular, however. He wants a man one, above 6 feet, thin and sallow, and with long black hair." "You don't suppose I keep a stock of assorted subjects on hand, do you?" said the doctor. "I fear it won't be easy to get what you want. Do you know what your friend intends to do with it?" "Not I, and I don't care," said Ned, pouring out another cup of coffee. "What does a body cost?" "Between £2 and £3," replied the doctor. "Dear me, so cheap," said Ned, with a look of surprise. "Then that knocks on the head a little plan I had. I thought of offering myself for sale at Guy's or one of the hospitals, and drinking myself to death with the money, leaving my address, so that they might know where to find me. But it's not worth while to do it for so little. In fact, I don't believe I could accomplish it on £3 worth of dissipation." "Don't jest about your besitting sin," said the doctor gravely. "It's bad enough without that." "Bad enough!" exclaimed Ned, with a sudden flash of ferocity. "Ah, bad enough, in all conscience, and the worst of it is, that it makes me ready to jest about anything, in heaven, earth, or hell. Oh, drink, accursed drink!" He started up and clutched the hair of his head with both hands for a moment, but the feeling passed away, and he sat down again and resumed breakfast, while he said in a graver tone than he had yet used, "Excuse me, doctor, I'm subject to these bursts now and then. Well, what you say about the body? My friend offers me £20 if I get the right kind. That would be £17 of profit on the transaction. It's worth an effort. It might put me in the way of making one more stand." Ned said this sadly, for he had made so many stands in time past, and failed to retain his position, that hope was at dead low water of a very neap tide now. "I don't like the look of the thing," said the doctor. "There's too much secrecy about it for me. Why don't your friend speak out like a man, state what he wants it for, and get it in the regular way?" "It mayn't be a secret, for all I know," said Ned Hooper as he concluded his repast. "I did not take the trouble to ask him, because I didn't care. You might help me in this, doctor." "Well, I'll put you in the way of getting what you want," said the doctor, after a few minutes' reflection. "But you must manage it yourself. I'll not act personally in such an affair, and let me advise you to make sure you're not getting into a scrape before you take any steps in the matter. Meanwhile, I must wish you good day. Call here again tonight at 6. The doctor rose as he spoke, and accompanied Ned to the door. He left a coin of some sort in his palm when he shook hands. "Thank'ee," said Ned. "If you had come to beg, you should not have got it," said the doctor. "God help him," he added as he shut the door. "It's an awful sight to see an old companion fall so low." End of chapter 26.
Chapter number 27 of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Taye Abdul Olawanle, San Miguel, El Salvador. You can find me at motivatedfreelancer.com. It is evening now. The snow is still on the ground, but it looks ruddy and warm in the streets because of the blaze of light from the shop windows, and it looks colder than it did on the housetops by reason of the moon, which sails in the wintry sky. The man in the moon must have been in good spirits that night, for his residence seemed almost fuller than the usual full moon, and decidedly brighter, to many, at least, of the inhabitants of London. It looked particularly bright to Miss Tippet, as she gazed at it through the windows of her upper rooms, and awaited the arrival of a few friends to tea. Miss Tippet's heart was animated with feelings of love to God and man, and she had that day, in obedience to divine precept, attempted to accomplish a good many little things, all of which were, either directly or indirectly, calculated to make human beings happy. Emma Ward, too, thought the moon particularly bright that night. In fact, she might almost have been regarded as a lunatic. So steadily did she gaze at the moon, and smile to herself, without any apparent motive. There was reason for her joy, however, for she had come to know, in some mysterious way, that Frank Wilders loved her, and she had known, for a long time past, that she loved Frank Wilders. Frank had become a foreman of the fire brigade, and had been removed from his former station and comrades to his new charge in the city. But Frank had not only risen in his profession, he had also risen intellectually. His mother had secured to him a pretty good education to begin with, and his own natural taste and studious habits had led him to read extensively. His business required him to sit up and watch when other men slept. He seldom went to bed before 4 o'clock any morning, and when he did take his rest, he lay down like the soldier in an enemy country, ready to rush to arms at the first sound of the bugle. His bugle, by the way, was a speaking trumpet, one end of which was close to the head of his bed, the other being in the lobby, where the men on duty for the night reposed. During these long watches in the silent lobby, with 2 men belted and booted on their trestles, the clock ticking gently by his side, like the soft, quiet voice of a chatty but not tiresome friend, Frank read book after book with absorbing interest. History, poetry, travel, romance, all kinds were equally devoured. At the particular time of which we write, however, he read more of poetry than anything else. The consequence was that Frank, who was one of nature's gentlemen, became a well-informed man, and might have moved in any circle of society with credit to himself and profit as well as pleasure to others. Frank was by nature grave, sedate, earnest, thoughtful. Emma was equally earnest, perhaps more so, but she was light-hearted, not light-headed, observe, and volatile. The rest was mutual attraction. Let philosophers account for the mutual attraction of these qualities as they best may. We simply record the fact. History records it. Nature records it. Experience, everything records it. Who has the temerity or folly to deny it? Emma and Frank felt it, and in some mysterious way, Frank had come to know something or other about Emma's feelings, which it is not our business to inquire into particularly. So, then, Frank also gazed. No, not at the moon. It would have required him to ascend 3 flights of stairs and a ladder, besides passing through a trap to the roof of the station to enable him to do that. But there was a lamp over the fireplace, with a tin reflector, which had quite a dazzling effect of its own. Not a bad imitation of the moon in a small way. So he gazed at that, and thought it very bright indeed, brighter than usual. We may as well put the reader out of suspense at once by saying that we do not intend to describe Miss Tippet's evening with a few friends. Our own private opinion in regard to the matter is that if they had been fewer than they were, and more worthy of the name of friends, the evening might have been worth recording. But it is sufficient to say that they all came, acted as usual, spoke as usual, felt as usual, favored the company with songs as usual, and, yes, enjoyed themselves as usual, till about 11:30 o'clock, when they all took their leave, with the exception of Miss Deemas, who, in consideration of the coldness of the weather, had agreed to spend the night with her dear friend. Miss Deemas was one of those unfortunates with whom it is impossible for anyone to sleep. Besides being angular and hard, she had a habit of kicking her slumbers, and being powerful was a dangerous bedfellow. She knew this herself, and therefore wisely preferred, when visiting her friends, to sleep alone. Hence it happened that Miss Tippet and Emma went to bed in the back room with the green hangings, while Miss Deemas retired to the front room with the blue paper. There is a common fallacy in naval matters, founded on poetic license, to the effect that the mariner is separated to death by a single plank, whereas the unpoetical truth is that the separation consists of many hundreds of planks and a solid bulwark of timbers more than a foot thick, besides an inner skin, the whole being held together by innumerable iron and oaken bolts and trinils, and tightened with oakum and pitch. We had almost fallen into this error, or poetical laxity of expression, by saying that, on the night of which we write, little did Miss Tippet know that she was separated from, not death exactly, but from something very awful, by a single plank, at least by the floor of her own residence and the ceiling of the house below, as the sequel will show. That same night, David Boone, gaunt, tall, and cadaverous as of old, sat in his back parlor, talking to his friend Gorman. "Now, Boone," said the latter with an oath, "I'm not going to hang off and on any longer. It's more than 7 years since we planned this business. The insurances have been effected. You've been a prosperous man, yet here you are, deeper in my debt than ever." "Quite true," replied Boone, whose face was so pale that he might have easily been mistaken for a ghost. "But you know I've paid up my premiums quite regular, and your interest too, besides clearing off some of the principal. Come, don't be so hard on me, Gorman. If it had not been that trade had got worse of late, I would have cleared off all I owe you, but indeed, I have not been so successful of late, and I am again in difficulties. If you will only wait." "No," cried Gorman, "I will not wait. I have waited long enough. How long would you have me wait, eh? Moreover, I'm not hard on you. I show you an easy way to make a good thing of it, and you're so chicken-hearted that you're afraid to do it." "It's such a mean thing to do," said Boone. "Mean? Why, what do you call the style of carrying on business that you've started with 7 years ago, and have practiced more or less ever since?" "That is mean, too," said Boone. "I'm ashamed of it, sorry for it. It was for a time successful, no doubt, and I have actually paid off all my creditors except yourself. But I don't think it less mean on that account, and I am thoroughly ashamed of it." There was a good deal of firmness in Boone's tone as he said this, and his companion was silent for a few minutes. "I have arranged," he said at last, "about your making over your policies of insurance to me as security for the debt you owe me. You won't have to pay them next half year. I'll do that for you if necessary." He laughed as he said this. "I have now come to ask you to set the house alight, and have the plan carried out, and the whole affair comfortably settled." Gorman said this in an encouraging voice, assuming that his dupe was ready to act. But it's awful to think of it," said Boone. "Suppose it's found out?" "How can it be found out?" "Well, I don't know. It's wonderful how crime is discovered, said Boone despondently. Besides, think of the risk we run of burning the people who live above, as well as my 2 clerks who sleep in the room below us. That would be murder, you know. I'm sure I've tried my very best to get Miss Tippet to go from home for a short time. I've almost let the cat out of the bag in my anxiety, but she won't take a hint. Oh, exclaimed Gorman with a laugh. Well, have you made the arrangements as I directed you last night? Yes, I've got a lot of tarry oakum scattered about, and there's a pile of shavings, he added, pointing to a corner of the room. The only thing I'm anxious about is that my young man, Robert Rudy, caught me pouring turpentine on the walls and floor of the shop. I pretended that it was water I had in a can, and that I was sprinkling it to lay the dust before sweeping up. Roddy is a slow, stupid youth. He always was, and I dare say didn't notice the smell. Gorman was himself filled with anxiety on hearing the first part of this, but at the conclusion he appeared relieved. It's lucky you turned it off so, said he, and Roddy is a stupid fellow. I dare say he has no suspicion. In fact, I'm sure of it. It's not of much importance now, however, said Boone, rising and confronting his friend with more firmness than he had ever before exhibited to him, because I'm resolved not to do it. Gorman lit his pipe at the fire, looking at the bowl of it with a scornful smile as he replied, Oh, you've made up your mind, have you? Yes, decidedly. Nothing will move me. You may do your worst. Very good, remarked Gorman, advancing with the lighted paper towards the heap of shavings. Boone sprang towards him and seized his arm, grasped the light, and crushed it out. What would you do, madman? He cried. You can only ruin me. But do you not know that I will have the power to denounce you as a fire-raiser? Gorman laughed and returned to the fireplace, while Boone sat down on a chair, almost overcome with terror. What? You dare defy me? Said Gorman, with an air of assumed piety. A pretty case you would have to make of it. You fill your shop with combustibles. You warn your tenants upstairs to get out of the premises for a time in a way that must be quite accountable to her, until the fire accounts for it. And your own clerk sees you spilling turpentine about the place the day before the fire occurs, and yet you have the stupidity to suppose that people will believe you when you denounce me? Poor David Boone's wits seemed to be sharpened by his despair, for he said suddenly after a short pause, If the case is so bad, it will tell against yourself, Gorman, for I shall be certainly convicted, and the insurance will not be paid to you. Aye, but the case is not so bad as it looks, said Gorman. If you only have the sense to hold your tongue and do what you're told, for nobody knows all these things but you and me, and nobody can put them together except ourselves, d'ye see? It matters not, said Boone firmly. I won't do it. There. Both men leaped up. At the same moment there was a sound as of something falling in the shop. They looked at each other. Go see what it is, said Gorman. The other stepped to the door. It's only 2 of my wax dolls tumbled off the shelf, he said, returning. An exclamation of horror escaped him, for he saw that the heap of shavings had been set on fire during his momentary absence, and Gorman stood watching them with a demoniacal grin. Boone was struck dumb. He could not move or speak. He made a feeble attempt to stretch out his hands as if to extinguish the fire, but Gorman seized him in his powerful grasp and held him fast. In a few seconds the flames were leaping up the wall, and the room was so full of smoke that they were driven into the front shop. Now then, said Gorman in a fierce whisper, your only chance is to act out your part as wisely as you can. Shout fire. Now till you're black in the face. Fire! 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 David Boone obeyed with all his might, and when Gorman released him, ran back into the parlor to try to extinguish the flames. But he was driven back again, scorched and half choked, while Gorman ran off at full speed to the nearest station, gave the alarm, received the shilling reward for being first to give the call, and then went leisurely home to bed. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Corey Page from Providence, Rhode Island. Fighting the Flames by R. M. Ballantyne. Chapter 28. At the Post of Duty. Fire! There's something appalling in the cry to most ears, something deadly in the sound, something that tells of imminent danger and urgent haste. After Daniel Boone's first alarm was given, other voices took it up. Passers-by became suddenly wild, darted about spasmodically and shouted it. Late sitters-up flung open their windows and proclaimed it. Sleepers awoke crying, "What? Where?" and huddled on their clothes, rushed out to look at it. Little boys yelled it. Frantic females screamed it, and in a few minutes the hubbub of Poor Thing Lane swelled into a steady roar. Among the sound sleepers in that region was Miss Demas. The fair head of that lady reposed on its soft pillow, all unconscious of the fact that she was even then being gently smoked before being roasted alive. Miss Tippet, on the very first note of alarm, bounced out of bed with an emphatic "There!" which was meant to announce the triumphant fulfillment of an old prophecy which she had been in the habit of making for some time past, namely, that Mattie Marian would certainly set the house on fire if she did not take care. The energy with which Miss Tippet sprang to the floor and exclaimed "There!" caused Emma Willard to open her eyes to the utmost possible extent and exclaim "Where?" Without waiting for a reply, she too bounced out of bed like an india-rubber ball, and seeing, for there was always a nightlight on in the room, that Miss Tippet's face was as white as her nightdress, she attempted to shriek, but failed, owing to a lump of some kind that had somehow gotten into her throat, and which refused to be swallowed on any terms. The repetition of the cry, "Fire! Fire!" outside induced both ladies at once to become insane. Miss Tippet, with a touch of method even in her madness, seized the counterpane, wrapped it around her, and rushed out of the room and downstairs. Emma followed her example with the blanket, and also fled, just as Mattie Marian, who slept in an attic room above, tumbled down her wooden staircase and burst into the room by another door, uttering a wild exclamation, and was choked in the bud, partly by terror, partly by smoke. Attempting in vain to wrap herself in a bolster, Mattie followed her mistress. All three had utterly forgotten the existence of Miss Demas. That strong-minded lady being, as we have hinted, a sound sleeper, was not awakened by the commotion in the street. In fact, she was above such weaknesses. Becoming aware of a crackling sound and a sensation of smoke, she smiled sweetly in her slumbers, and, turning gently on her side with a sigh, dreamed ardently of fried ham and eggs, her usual breakfast. While these events were occurring, the cry of "Fire!" had reached the ears of one of London's guardians, our friend Samuel Forrest. That stout-hearted man was seated at the time, rapping the sides of his sentry-box with his head, in a useless struggle with sleep. He had just succumbed, and was snoring out his allegiance to the great conqueror, when the policeman on the beat dashed open his door and shouted "Fire!" Sam was a calm, self-possessed man. He was no more flurried by this sudden, unexpected, and fierce shot of fire that he would have been if the policeman had, in a mild voice, made a statement of water. But, although self-possessed and cool, Sam was not slow. With one energetic effort he tripped up and floored the conqueror with one hand, as if it were, while he put on his black helmet with the other, and in 3 minutes more the fire-escape was seen coming up the lane like a rampant monster of the antediluvian period. It was received by the crowd with frantic cheers, because they had just become aware that a lady was asleep in one of the upper rooms, which were by that time unapproachable, owing to the lower part of the staircase having caught fire. The fact was made known with a sudden look of horror by Miss Tippet, who, with Emma Ward, had been rescued from the first-floor window by a gallant policeman. This man, having procured a ladder, entered the house at considerable personal risk, and carried the ladies out in safety, one after the other, an event, we may remark in passing, which is not of a rare occurrence at London fires, where the police are noted for their efficient services and for the daring of some of the members of the force, many of whom have received medals and other rewards for acts of personal daring in attempting to save life before the firemen had arrived on the ground. Having put Miss Tippet and Emma in a place of security, the policeman was about to make a desperate attempt to reach the upper floor by rushing through the flames, when the escape came up and rendered it unnecessary. Dozens of tongues and hundreds of voices directed Sam Forest to the right window. He pointed his escape towards it, but so vigorous was the uninvited assistance led by the crowd that the head of the machine went crashing through it and dashed the flame into the middle of the room. To say that Miss Demas was horror-struck by such an awakening would be to use a mild expression. Her strong mind was not strong enough to prevent her strong body from trembling like an aspen leaf as she lay for a few moments unable to cry or move. Suddenly she believed that she was dreaming, and that the instrument which had burst through her window was a nightmare or a guillotine, and she made dreadful efforts to pinch herself awake without success. Next moment a man's head, looking very grim in the light of a bull's-eye lamp, appeared at the top of the guillotine. So far this was in keeping with her idea, but when the head leapt into the room, followed by its relative body, and made a rush at her, Miss Demas cast courage and philosophy to the dogs, gave herself over to abject fear, uttered a piercing shriek, dipped her head under the bedclothes, and, drawing her knees up to her mouth, clasped her hands over them in agony. "Come, ma'am, don't take on so, no time to lose, floor's going down," said Sam. He coughed as he said it, for the smoke was getting thicker every moment. Shriek upon shriek was the only answer vouchsafed by the terrified eagle. A wild cheer from the mob outside seemed to be a reply of encouragement to her, but it was not so. It was called forth by the sudden appearance of a fire engine's dashing around the corner of the lane. "Be quiet, my good lady," said Sam Forest in a voice of tenderness. But if his voice was tender, his actions were the reverse, for it was now a matter of life or death. So he grasped the eagle, bedclothes and all, in his arms, and bore her to the window. It is probable that his act revived in Miss Demas some reminiscence of her childhood, for she suddenly straightened herself out and struggled violently, after the manner of those sweet little ones who won't be made to sit on a nurse's knees. Being a tall, heavy woman, she struggled out of Sam's grasp and fell to the floor, but her victory was short-lived. Another moment and that bold man had her round the waist, in a grasp from which she could not free herself. Sam was considerate, however, and polite even in this extremity. He begged pardon as he wrapped the bedclothes round his victim, and, lifting her into the head of the escape, let her go. No swoop that the eagle ever made, mentally, down upon base, unworthy, arrogant man, was at all comparable to the descent which she made, physically, on that occasion, into the arms of an expected fireman. She held her breath, also the blankets, tightly, as she went down like a lightning flash, and felt that she was about to be dashed to pieces. But, to her surprise, soft cushions received her, and she was immediately borne, by another of these desperate men in helmets, into an adjoining house, and left unhurt in the arms of her sympathetic friend, Miss Tippet. "Oh, my dear, dear Julia!" exclaimed Miss Tippet, shutting the door of the room into which they had been ushered, and assisting her friend to disentangle herself from the bedclothes. "Oh, what a mercy we have not all been roasted alive like beefsteaks! Oh, what a sight you are, my darling! You must have got it coming down, that dreadful thing. What's his name? You know. Shall I ring for water?" "Tut, nonsense!" exclaimed the eagle, panting as well from nervous excitement as exhaustion. "You are always so fussy, Emelina. Please assist me to tie this string, Miss Ward." "Yes, I know I'm fussy, dear Julia," exclaimed Miss Tippet, bustling nervously about the room. "But I can't help it, and I'm so thankful that it was so bold in these noble fellows to risk their lives to—" "Noble fellows!" shouted Miss Demas, with flashing eyes. "Do you call it noble to pull me out of bed and roll me in a blanket and shoot me down I don't know what, like a sack of coals? Noble fellows indeed! Brutes!" Here Miss Deemas clasped her hands above her head in a passion of conflicting feelings, and, being unable to find words and utterance, burst into a flood of tears, dropped into a chair, and covered her face with both hands. "Dear, dear, darling Julia," said Miss Tippet soothingly. "Don't speak to me," sobbed the Eagle passionately, and stamping her foot. "I can't bear to think of it." "But you know, dear," preserved her friend, "they could not help being, what do you call it? Energetic, you know, for it was not rough. We could all have been roasted to death but for them, and I feel very, very grateful to them. I shall respect that policeman as long as I live." "Ah, sure, he is a dacent boy now," said Matty Merryon, who entered the room just then. "The way he lifted you, Miss Emma, up and flung you over his shoulder, as aisy as if you was two bolsters, was beautiful to look at, and 'deed it was. Sure, it remembered me o' the purty pottery ye was reading just the other night, as was writ by old Dude or old Hood." "Hood," suggested Miss Tippet. "Raps it was," said Matty. "He'd be none the worse of an O before his name, anyhow. With the pottery be good. Take her up tinderly, left her with care, if I don't misremember." "Will you hold your tongue?" cried the Eagle, looking up suddenly and drying her eyes. "Surely, miss," said Matty, with a toss of her head. "Anything to please you." It is due to Matty to say that, while the policeman was descending the ladder with her mistress, she had faithfully remained to comfort and encourage Emma, and, after Emma was rescued, she had quietly descended the ladder without assistance, having previously found time to clothe herself in something a little more ample and appropriate than a bolster. But where was David Boone all this time? Rather say, where was he not? Everywhere by turns and nowhere long was David to be seen, in the frenzy of his excitement. Conscience smitten for what he had done, or rather intended to do, he ran wildly about, making the most desperate efforts to extinguish the fire. No one knows what he can do till he is tried. That is a proverb, at least if it is not, it ought to be, which embraces much deep truth. The way in which David Boone set personal danger at defiance, and seemed to regard suffocation by smoke or roasting by fire as terminations of life worth courting, was astounding, and rendered his friends and neighbours dumb with amazement. David was now on the staircase among the firemen, fighting his way up through fire and smoke, for the purpose of saving Miss Tippet, until he was hauled forcibly back by Dale or Boxmore, who were in the thick of it as usual. Anon, down in the basement, knee-deep in water, searching for the bodies of his two shopmen, both of whom were standing comfortably outside, looking on. Presently he was in the leads of the adjoining house, directing, commanding, exhorting, entreating the firemen there to put their branch at the Blue Bedroom. Soon after he was in the street, tearing his hair, shouting that it was all his fault, that he did it, and that it would kill him. Before the fire was put out, poor Boone's eyelashes and whiskers were singed off. Little hair was left on his head, and that little was short and frizzled. His clothes, of course, were completely soaked, in addition to which they were torn almost to shreds, and some of his skin was in the same condition. At last he had to be forcibly taken in charge, and kept shut up in an adjoining house, from the window of which he watched the destruction of his property and his hopes. Almost superhuman efforts had been made by the firemen to save the house. Many a house in London had they saved that year, partially or wholly, as, indeed, is the case every year, and many thousands of pounds worth of property had they rescued, but this case utterly defied them. So well had the plot been laid, so thoroughly had the combustibles been distributed and lubricated with inflammable liquids, that all the engines in the metropolis would have failed to extinguish that fire. David Boone knew this, and he groaned in spirit. The firemen knew it not, and they worked like heroes. There was a shout at last among the firemen to "Look out!" It was feared one of the partition walls was coming down, so each man beat a hasty retreat. They swarmed out the door like bees, and were all safe when the wall fell. All safe but one, Joe Corney, who, being a reckless man, took things too leisurely, and was knocked down by the falling bricks. Moxey and Williams ran back and carried him out of danger. Then, seeing that he did not recover consciousness, although he breathed, they carried him at once to the hospital. The flames of the burning house sprang up just then, as if they leaped in triumph over a fallen foe, but the polished surface of poor Joe's helmet seemed to flash back defiance at the flames as they bore him away. After the partition wall fell, the fire sank, and in the course of a few hours it was extinguished altogether. But nothing whatever was saved, and the firemen had only the satisfaction of knowing that they had done their best, and had preserved the adjoining houses, which certainly would have gone but for their untiring energy. By this time, David Boone, besides being mad, was in a raging fever. The tenant of the house to which he had been taken was a friend, as well as a neighbor of his own, a greengrocer named Mrs. Craw, and she turned out to be a good Samaritan, for she insisted on keeping Boone in her house and nursing him, asserting stoutly and with a very red face — she almost always asserted things stoutly and with a red face — that Mr. Boone was one of her best and oldest friends, as she wouldn't see him go to a hospital on charity, which she despised, so she did. As long as there was a spare bed in her house, so there was, which it wasn't as long as could be wished considering Mr. Boone's height, but that could be put right by knocking out the footboard and 2 chairs, so it could. And as long as she had 1 copper to rub on another, no, though she was to be flayed alive for her hospitality, by which round statement Mrs. Craw was understood to imply a severe rebuke to Mrs. Grab, another greengrocer over the way, and a widow, who had been heard to say, during the progress of the fire, that it served Boone right, and that she wouldn't give him a helping hand in his distress or on any account whatever. Why Mrs. Grab was so bitter and Mrs. Craw so humane is a matter of uncertainty, but it was generally believed that the former, having a matrimonial eye on Boone, and that Boone, having expressed general objections to matrimony, besides having gone late of Mrs. Craw for his vegetables, had something to do with it. Next day, D. Gorman happened, quite in a casual way of course, to saunter into Poorthing Lane, and it was positively interesting to note, as many people did note, the surprise and consternation with which he received the news of the fire from the people at the end of the lane who first met him, and who knew him well. "Wery sad, ain't it, sir?" said a sympathetic barber. "He was a sich and droll dog too. He'll be quite a loss to the neighbourhood, won't he, sir?" "I hope he won't," said Gorman, loud enough to be heard by several persons who lounged about their doors. "I hope to see him start afresh, and get on better than ever, poor fellow. At least I'll do all I can do to help him." "Ah, you've helped him already, sir, more than once, I believe, at least so he told me," said the barber, with an approving nod. "Well, so I have," returned Gorman modestly, "but he may be assured that any trifle he owes me won't be called for just now. In fact, my small loan to him is an old debt, which I must have gotten any time these last 6 years, when he was flourishing, so I'm not going to press him now, poor fellow. He's ill, you say?" "Yes, so I'm told, rather serious, too." "That's very sad. Where is he?" "With Mrs. Craw, sir, the greengrocer." "Ah, I'll go and see him. Good day." Gorman passed on, with as much benignity thrown into his countenance as it could contain, and the barber observed, as he re-entered his shop, that "that man was a better fellow than he looked." But Gorman's intentions, whatever they might have been, were frustrated at that time, for he found Boone in high fever and quite delirious. He did not, however, quit the house without putting, as he expressed it, at least 1 spoke in his wheel, for he conducted himself in such a way towards Mrs. Craw, and expressed so much feeling for her friend and his, that he made quite a favourable impression on that worthy woman. He also left a sovereign, wherewith to purchase any little luxuries for the sick man that might be conducive to his health and comfort, and went away with the assurance that he would look in to inquire for him as often as he could. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Corey Page from Providence, Rhode Island. Fighting the Flames by R. M. Ballantyne. Chapter 29. Willie Willders in Difficulties. Mr. Thomas Tippet, beaming and perspiring as of old, was standing at his bench, chisel in hand, and Willie Wilders was standing with his back to the fire and his legs pretty wide apart, not because he preferred that dégagé attitude, but because Chips and Puss were asleep side by side between his feet. It must not be supposed that although Willie had changed so much since the first day he stood there, an equal change had taken place in Mr. Tippet. By no means. He was a little stouter, perhaps, but in all other aspects he was the same man, not a hair grayer, nor a wrinkle more. The workshop, too, was in exactly the same state, only a little more crowded in consequence of numerous models having been completed and shelved during the last 7 years. There was, however, something new in the shape of a desk with some half-finished parts upon it, for Willie had gradually introduced a little genuine engineering into the business. At first, naturally enough, the boy had followed his employer's lead, and, as we have said before, being very ingenious, as well as enthusiastic, he had entered with all his heart and head into the absurd schemes of his patron. But, as he became older, he grew wiser. He applied himself to reading and study at home, in the evenings, with indomitable perseverance. The result of his application was twofold. In the first place, he discovered that he was very ignorant, and that there existed a huge, illimitable field of knowledge worth entering on seriously. His early training having been conducted, thanks to his mother, in the fear of the Lord, he regarded things that are spiritual and have God and man's duty to him for their object, as part, the chief part, of that great field of knowledge, not as a separate field, which may or may not be entered on according to the taste. In the second place, he began to discover that his kind-hearted employer was a monomaniac. In other words, that, although sane enough in all other matters, he was absolutely mad in regard to mechanical discoveries and inventions, and that most of the latter were absolutely nonsensical. The second discovery induced him to prosecute his studies with all the more energy, in order that he might be prepared for the battle of life, in case his existing connection with Mr. Tippet should be dissolved. His studies naturally took an engineering turn, and, being what is termed a thorough-going fellow, he did not rest until he had dived into mathematics so deep that we do not pretend to follow him, even in the way of description. Architecture, surveying, shipbuilding, and cognate subjects claimed and obtained his earnest attention, and year after year, on winter nights, did he sit at the side of the fire in the little house at Notting Hill, adding to his stores of knowledge on these subjects, while his meek old mother sat darning socks or patching male attire on the other side of the fire, with as much perseverance and assiduity. One consequence of this was that Willie Wilders, having begun as a jack-of-all-trades, pushed on until he became a philosopher of all trades, and of many sciences too, so that it would have been difficult to find his match between Charing Cross and Primrose Hill. And Willie was not changeable. True to his first love, he clung with all the ardour of youth to fire engines, and the fire brigade. He would have become a member of the latter if he could, but that was in the circumstances impossible. He studied the subject, however, and knew its history and its working details from first to last. He did his best to invent new engines and improve on old ones, but in such matters he usually found that his inventions had been invented and his improvements made and improved upon long before. Such checks, however, did not abate his ardour one jot. He persevered in his varied courses until he worked himself into a species of business which could only exist in London, which it would be difficult to describe, and which its practitioners styled polyartism with as much boldness as if the word were in Johnson's dictionary. Standing on the hearth, as we have said, Willie related to his friend all he knew in regard to the Cattley family, and wound up with an anxious demand what was to be done for them. Mr. Tippet, leaning on his bench and looking into Willie's face with a benignant smile, said, "Done, my boy? Why, help 'em, of course." "Ay, but how?" asked Willie. "How?" cried Mr. Tippet. "Why, by giving 'em money. You're aware that I stopped their allowance because Cattley senior went and drank it as soon as he got it, and Cattley junior is able to support himself. And I was not until now aware that the poor daughter was killing herself to support her father. But as I do know it now, I continue the allowance, and increase it. and we shall give it into the daughter's hands so that the father won't be able to misspend it." Mr. Tippet's visage glowed with ardor as he stated this arrangement, but the glow was displaced by a look of anxiety as he observed that Willie shook his head and looked as perplexed as ever. "If that plan would have availed, I would have tried it long ago," said he with a sad smile, "for my income is a pretty good one, thanks to you, sir." "Thanks to your own genius, Willie, for the remarkable and prolific offshoots for which you have caused to sprout from this dry old root," said Mr. Tippet, interrupting, as he glanced around the room with an air of affection, which showed that he loved the root dearly despite its age and dryness. "Not the less thanks to you, sir," said Willie, in the deferential tone which he had assumed involuntarily towards his patron almost from the commencement of their intercourse. "But Miss Cattley positively refuses to accept money from anyone in charity as long as she can work." "Ah!" exclaimed Mr. Tippet, shaking his head slowly. "Pride, simple pride. Not laudable pride, observe. She deceives herself, no doubt, but the belief that it is laudable, but it is not, for when a girl cannot work without working herself into a grave, it is her duty not to work, and it is the duty as well as the privilege of her friends to support her. Truth is truth, Willie, and we must not shrink from stating it because a few illogical thinkers are apt to misunderstand it, or because there are a number of mean-spirited wretches who would be too glad to say that they could not work without injuring their health if they could, by so doing, persuade their friends to support them. What! Are those whom God has visited with weakness of body to be made to toil and moil far beyond their strength in order to prove that they do not belong to the class of deceivers and sycophants? Yet public opinion in regard to this matter of what is called self-respect and proper pride compels many hundreds who urgently require assistance to refuse it, and dooms many of them to a premature grave, while it does not shut the maw of a single one of the other class. Why, sir, Miss Cattley is committing suicide, and, in regards to her father, who is dependent on her, she is committing murder. Murder, sir!" Mr. Tippet's eyes flashed with indignation as he drove the chisel deep down into the bench, as if to give point and force to his sentiment, as well as an illustration to the dreadful idea with which he concluded. Willie admitted that there was much truth in Mr. Tippet's observations, but did not quite agree with him in his sweeping condemnation of Ziza. "However," continued Mr. Tippet, resuming his quiet tone and benignant aspect, "I'll consider the matter. Yes, I'll consider the matter and see what's to be done for him." He leaped from the bench with a quiet chuckle as he said this, and began to saw vigorously, while Willie went back to his desk in the corner and applied himself to an abstruse calculation, considerably relieved in mind, for he had unbounded belief in the fertility of Mr. Tippet's imagination, and he knew well that whatever that old gentleman promised he would certainly fulfill. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cantos Evenstar. Fighting the Flames by R.M. Ballantyne. Chapter 30. There were other men besides Mr. Tippet who could be true to their promises when it suited them. D. Gorman was true to his, in so far as it concerned David Boone. He visited that unfortunate invalid so frequently, and brought him so many little nice things for the alleviation of his sufferings, and exhibited altogether such nervous anxiety about his recovery, that the worthy Mrs. Craw was quite overwhelmed, and said in the fullness of her heart that she never did see a kinder friend, or one who more flatly gave the lie direct to his looks, which she was bound to admit were not prepossessing. But despite his friend's solicitude, and his doctor's prescriptions, and his nurse's kindness, David Boone continued steadily to sink, until at last the doctor gave it as his opinion that he would not recover. One afternoon, soon after the expression of this opinion, Gorman called on his friend, and was shown as usual into his chamber. It was a wet, cold, stormy afternoon, and the window rattled violently in his frame. Boone was much better that afternoon. It seemed as if he had just waited for the doctor to pronounce his unfavourable opinion, in order to have the satisfaction of contradicting it. "He's better to-day, sir," said Mrs. Craw in a whisper. "Better!" exclaimed Gorman with a look of surprise. "I'm glad to hear that, very glad." He looked as if he were very sorry, but then, as Mrs. Craw said, his looks belied him. "He's asleep now, sir," the doctor said. "If he slept, he was on no account to be waked up. So I'll leave you to sit by him, sir, till he wakes, and please be as quiet as you can." Mrs. Craw left the room on tiptoe, and Gorman went to the bedside and looked at the sick man's wasted features with a frown. "Ha, you're asleep, are you, and not to be waked up, eh? Come, I'll arouse you." He shook him violently by the shoulder, and Boone awoke with a start and a groan. "Hope I didn't disturb you, Boone," said his friend in a quiet voice. "I came to inquire for you." Boone started up in his bed, and stared wildly at some object which appeared to be at the foot of the bed. Gorman stared too, and turned pale as his eyes followed those of the invalid. "What is it you see, Boone?" "There, there!" he whispered hoarsely, clutching Gorman's arm as if for protection. "Look, I heard his voice just now. Oh, save me from that man. He wants to kill me." "Come, David," said Gorman soothingly. "It's only a fancy. There's nobody there, nobody in the room but me." "And who are you?" inquired the sick man, falling back exhausted, while he gazed vacantly at his friend. "Don't you know me, David?" "Never mind. Shut your eyes and try to sleep. It'll be time for you to take your physic soon." "Physic!" cried Boone, starting up in alarm, and again clutching Gorman's arm. "You won't let him give it me, will you? Oh, say you won't. Promise to give it me yourself." Gorman promised, and a very slight but peculiar smile turned up the corners of his mouth as he did so. Boone again sank back on the pillow, and Gorman sat down on a chair beside him. His villainous features worked convulsively, for in his heart he was meditating a terrible deed. That moment he had been visited by a Ned Hooper, who in the most drunken of voices told him, "If that was impossible to get a body for love of money, sure if he wanted one he'd better cut his own throat." His plans having miscarried in this matter, Gorman now meditated taking another and more decided step. He looked at the sick man, and seeing how feeble he was, his fingers twitched as if with a desire to strangle him. So strong was the feeling upon him that he passed his fingers nervously about his own throat, as if to ascertain the formation of it, and the precise locality of the windpipe. Then his hand had dropped to his side, and he sat still again, while Boone rolled his poor head from side to side and moaned softly. Evening drew on apace, and the shadows in the sick room gradually became deeper and deeper, until nothing could be seen as distinctly. Still Gorman sat there with his features pale as death, and his fingers moving nervously, and still the sick man lay and rolled his head from side to side on the pillow. Once or twice Gorman rose abruptly, but he as often sat down again without doing anything. Suddenly a ray of bright light shot through the window. Gorman started and drew back in alarm. It was only a lamplighter who had lighted one of the street lamps, and the ray which he had thus sent into the sick chamber passed over the bed. It did not disturb Boone, for the curtains were between him and it, but it disturbed Gorman, for it fell on the chimney-piece and illuminated a group of vials, one of which was half full of a black liquid, was labelled poison. Gorman started up, and this time did not sit down, but with a trembling step moved toward the fireplace. He stretched out his hand to grasp the bottle, and almost overturned it, for just at the moment his own figure intercepted the ray of light, and threw the spot where it stood into deep shadow. "What's that?" asked Boone. "It's only me," said Gorman, "getting your physic. I almost upset it in the dark. Here now, drink it off. I can't find the cup, but you can take it out of the bottle." "You won't let him come near me when you give it, will you?" asked Boone anxiously. "No, no, come, open your mouth." Boone hesitated to do so, but Gorman used a little force. His hands were steady now, his heart was steeled to the deed, and the cry which Boone was about to utter was choked by the liquid flowing down his throat. Gorman had flung him back with such violence that he lay stunned, while the murderer replaced the bottle on the chimney-piece and hurried to the door. A gentle knock at it arrested him, but his indecision was momentary. He opened the door softly, and going out said to Mrs. Craw in a whisper, "He's sleeping now. I found it hard to get him to give up talking, for he waked up soon after I went in. But he's all right now. I suppose the medicine is beginning to operate. He told me he took it himself just before I came in." "Took it himself!" exclaimed Mrs. Craw. "Impossible." "Well, I don't know, but he's better now. I would let him rest a while if I were you." "Stay, sir, I'll go fetch the light," said Mrs. Craw. "Never mind, I know the stairwell," said Gorman hurriedly. "Don't mind a light, I shan't want it." He was right. If any man ever wanted darkness rather than light, thick, heavy, impenetrable darkness, it was D. Gorman at that time. "Took it himself," repeated Mrs. Craw, in unabated surprise, as she closed the street door. "It's impossible. He's in no more strength than an unborn infant. I must go and see to this." Lighting a candle, she went softly to the sick chamber and looked at the invalid, who was apparently asleep, but breathing heavily. She then went to the chimney-piece and began to examine the vials there. "My!" she exclaimed suddenly with a look of alarm. "If he hadn't been and drunk up all the tincture of rhubarb, and the laudanum bottle standing close beside it too! What a mercy he didn't drink that. Well, lucky for him there wasn't much in it, for an overdose of anything in his state would be serious. Full of her discovery, Mrs. Cross set the candle on the table, and sat down by the chair by the bedside to think about it. But the more she thought about it, the more puzzled she was. Took it himself, she said, reverting to Gorman's words. Impossible. She continued to shake her head and mutter impossible for some time, while she stared at the candle, as if she expected that would solve the mystery. Then she got up and examined the bedclothes, and found that a great deal of the rhubarb had been spilt on the sheets, and that a good deal more of it had been spilt on Boone's chin and his chest. After which her aspect changed considerably, as, setting down the candle, she resumed her seat and said, Took it himself. Impossible. Darkness. If ever man saw darkness in vain, and found light, bright, blazing light, everywhere, it was Gorman. At first, in a burst of frenzy, he rushed away at full speed. It was well for him that the wind had increased to a hurricane, and the wind was blinding, else he had been stopped on suspicion. So fierce was its mane, so haggard his looks, so wild his face. Gradually his pace slackened, and gradually as well as naturally he gravitated to his old familiar haunts. But go where he would, there was light everywhere, except within his own breast. It was all darkness there. It is true the sky was dark enough, for the war of the elements was so great that it seemed to have been blotted out with ink. The shops appeared to have been lit up more brilliantly than usual. Every lamp poured out a flood of light around it. The lanterns of the cabs and omnibuses sent rich beams of light through the air, and the air itself, laden as it was with moisture, absorbed a portion of light, and invested everything with a halo. Light, light, all around, the light of conscience within, rendering the darkness there visible, and shining on the letters of a word written in dark red, Murderer. Gorman tried to extinguish the light, but it was a fire that would not be put out. He cursed the shop windows and the lamps for shining so brightly on him. He cursed the few people whose curiosity induced them to pause and look back at him, and he cursed himself for being such a fool. On reaching the Cheapside, he began to recover his self-possession, and to walk in the storm as other men did, but in proportion as his composure returned, the enormity of his crime became more apparent to him, and the word written in red letters became so bright that he felt as if every passer-by might read it, unless he dropped his eyes to prevent their seeing through them into his soul. At London Bridge he became nervously apprehensive. Each unusually quick footstep startled him. Every policeman was carefully avoided, and any one approaching it to a shout behind him caused him to start into an involuntary run. Despite his utmost efforts to control himself, the strong man was unmanned. A child could have made him fly. He was about to cross London Bridge, when he observed a policeman taking shelter under the parapet, and apparently watching those who passed him. Gorman could not make up his mind to go on, so he turned aside and descended the nearest stairs. The policeman had doubtless been waiting for someone, or suspected Gorman, because of his undecided movements, for he followed him. The latter observed this and quickened his pace. The instant he was hidden from his pursuer, he darted away at full speed, and did not halt until he stood at the foot of one of the stairs, where wherries were usually to be found. The sight that met his gaze there might have overawed the most reckless of men. A hurricane was raging, such as is not often experienced in our favourite island. The wind blew not in gusts and squalls, but in a continuous roar, lashing the Thames into crested waves, tearing ships from their moorings, and dashing them against other ships, which likewise were carried away, and swept downward with the tide. Dozens of barges were sunk, and the shrieks of their crews were heard sometimes rising above the storm. The gale was at its height when Gorman came into full view of the Thames. A waterman, who was crouching for shelter in the angle of a warehouse, observed him and came forward. "An awful night, sir," he said. "Yes," answered Gorman curtly. He started as he spoke, for he heard, or he fancied he heard, a shout behind him. "Isn't that your boat?" said he. "It is," replied the waterman in surprise. "You don't want to go in the water on such a night, do you?" "Yes, I do," said Gorman, trembling in every limb. "Come, jump in and shove off." At that moment a policeman came running down toward them. "Are you mad?" exclaimed the man, grasping Gorman by the arm as he sprang toward the boat. In a moment Gorman struck him to the ground, and leaping to the boat pushed off. Just as the policeman came up, he was whirled instantly away. Grasping one of the oars, he was just in time to prevent the boat being dashed against one of the wooden piers of the wharf. He was desperate now. Shipping both oars, he pulled madly out into the stream. But in a few moments he was swept against the port bow of a large vessel, against the stem of which the water was curling, as if a ship had been breasting the Atlantic waves before a stiff breeze. One effort Gorman made to avoid the collision. Then he leaped up, and just as the boat struck, sprang at the forechains. He caught them and held on, but his hold was not firm. The next moment he was rolling along the vessel's side, tearing it with his nails, in a vain attempt to grasp the smooth hull. He struck against the bow of the vessel immediately behind, and was swept under it. Rising to the surface, he uttered a wild shriek, and attempted to stem the current. He was a powerful swimmer, and despair lent him energy to buffet the waves for a short time, but he was again swept away by the irresistible tide, and had almost given up hope of being saved, when his forehead was grazed by a rope which hung from a vessel's side. Seizing this, he held on, and with much difficulty succeeded in gaining the vessel's deck. With his safety, Gorman's fear of being captured returned. He hid himself behind some lumber, and while in this position wrung out some water of his clothes. In a few minutes he summoned courage to look about him, and discovered that the vessel was connected with one that was laid next to it by a plank. No one appeared to be moving, and it was so dark that he could not see more than 5 yards in front of him. To pass from one vessel to the other was the work of a few seconds. Finding that the second vessel lay moored to the quay, he sprang from it with all his might, and alighted safely on the shore. From the position of the shipping, he knew that he stood on the south bank of the river, having been swept right across the Thames, so he had now no further difficulty in hiding his guilty head in his own home. End of chapter 30. Recording by Cantos Evenstar.
Chapter 31 of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel. Fighting the Flames by R. M. Ballantyne. Chapter 31. New Lights of Various Kinds. Time sped on apace, and in its train came many changes. To the confusion of the doctor, and despite the would-be murderer, David Boone recovered. But that brought no relief to Gorman, whose remorse increased daily, insomuch that he became, if not quite, very nearly insane, and his fear of being caught was so great that he never ventured near the quarter of London in which Boone dwelt. He therefore remained in ignorance of the failure of his murderous attempt. What would he not have given to have known the truth, to have had the dreadful word removed from the light which shone upon it brighter and brighter every day until it was made red hot, as it were, and became within him as a consuming fire. Preferring darkness to light more than ever, Gorman kept in secret places during the day, and only ventured out with other human vultures at night. The wretched man feared the darkness too, although he sought it, and what between the darkness that he feared yet courted, and the light that he feared and fled from, and the light within that he feared but could not fly from, he became one of the most miserable of all the outcasts in London. As for his deep-laid plans, they were all scattered to the winds. In the presumption of ignorance he had fancied that he knew his own power, so in one sense he did, but he was not aware of his own want of power. He knew, indeed, that he had the brute courage to dare and do anything desperate or dastardly, but he did not know that he lacked the moral courage to bear the consequences of his deeds. The insurance policies, therefore, lay unclaimed, even uncared for. Another change for the worse, effected by time, was the death of Lou Auberly. Gradually and gently her end approached. Death was so slow in coming that it was long expected, yet it was so very slow that when it came at last it took her friends by surprise. James Auberly continued stiff and stately to the last. He refused to believe that his child was dying, and spared no expense to provide everything that money could procure to restore her to health. He also refused to be reconciled to his son Fred, who had succeeded in his loved profession beyond his expectations, and who had sought again and again to propitiate his father. At last Fred resolved to go abroad and study the works of the ancient masters. He corresponded regularly with Lou for some time, but his letters suddenly ceased to make their appearance, and nothing was heard of him for many months. During the long and weary illness Lou had 3 friends whose visits were to her soul like gleams of sunshine on a cloudy day: Miss Tippet, Emma Ward, and a poor artificial flower-maker named Ziza Catley. Those 3, so different, yet so like, were almost equally agreeable to the poor invalid. Miss Tippet was so funny, but so good, and Emma's sprightly nature seemed to charm away her pain for a time, while grave, gentle, earnest Ziza made her happy during her visits, and left a sensation of happiness after she went away. All 3 were equally untiring in talking with her about the old story, the love of Jesus Christ. Yes, it comes to this at last, if not at first, with all of us. Even the professed infidel, laugh as he may in the springtide of life, usually listens to that old story when life's tide is very low, if not with faith, at least with seriousness, and with a hope that it may be true. May be true! Why, if the infidel would only give 1/10 of the time and trouble and serious inquiry to the investigation of that same old story and its credentials that he gives so freely to the study of the subtleties of his art or profession, he would find that there is no historical fact whatever within his ken which can boast of anything like the amount of strength or evidence in favor of its truth, that exists in favor of the truth of the story of the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus Christ our Lord. When Lou died, the stateliness and stiffness of James Auberly gave way, and the stern man, leaning his head upon the coffin as he sat alone in the darkened room, wept as if he had been a little child. There was yet another change brought about by that great overturn of time, but as the change to which we refer affects those who have yet to take a prominent part in our tale, we will suffer them to speak for themselves. One afternoon, long after the occurrence of those changes to which reference has just been made, Mrs. Willders, while seated quietly at her own fireside, although there was no fire there, the month being June, was interrupted in her not unusual, though innocent, occupation of darning socks by the abrupt entrance of her son Frank, who flung his cap on his table, kissed his mother on the forehead, and then flung himself on the sofa, which piece of furniture, being old and decrepit, groaned under his weight. "Mother!" he exclaimed with animation, "I've got strange news to tell you. Is Willie at home?" "No, but I expect him every minute. He promised to come home earlier to-day, and won't be long, for he's a boy of his word." Mrs. Willders persisted in calling her strapping sons boys, despite the evidence to the contrary on their cheeks and chins. "Here he comes!" cried Frank, as a rapid step was heard. Next moment the door burst open, and Willie, performing much the same ceremony that Frank had done, and in a wonderfully similar way, said he had come home with something strange to tell, though not altogether strange either, as his mother, he said, knew something about it already. Mrs. Willders smiled and glanced at Frank. "Which is to begin first?" she asked. "What, do you know about it too?" cried Willie, turning to his brother. "Know about what?" said Frank. "You have not told me what it is. How can I answer you?" "About Mr. Auberly," said Willie. Frank said that he knew nothing new or peculiar about him, except that he was— No, he wouldn't say anything bad of him, for he must be a miserable man at that time. "But out with your news, Willie," he added. "Mine will keep, and as yours is, according to yourself, partly known already to my mother, it's as well to finish off one subject before we begin to another." "Oh, then you have news too, have you?" said Willie. Frank nodded. "Strange coincidence!" exclaimed Willie. "Did you ever hear of a coincidence that was not strange, lad? Go on with your news, else I'll begin for you." Thus admonished, Willie began. "Oh, mother, you're a nice deceiver. You're a sly old lady, ain't you? And you sit there with a face as meek and sweet and smilin', as if you'd never deceived anybody in all your life, not to speak of your 2 sons. Oh, fie!" As Mrs. Willders still smiled and went on with her knitting serenely, without vouchsafing a reply, Willie continued with an offhand air. "Well, then, I may as well tell you that I've just had an interview with Uncle Auberly. Hello, you seem surprised." Mrs. Willders was indeed surprised. Her serenity of aspect fled in an instant. "Oh, Willie, how comes it that you know? I'm sure I did not mean to tell you. I promised I never would. I must have let it out inadvertently, or when I was asleep." "Make yourself quite easy, mother," said Willie. "I'll explain it all presently. Just go on with your knitting, and don't put yourself into a state." The widow, recovering herself a little, resumed her work, and Frank, who had listened with an amused smile up to this point, supposing that his brother was jesting, elongated his face and opened his eyes wider and wider as he listened. "You must know," resumed Willie, "that I received a note from Mr. Auberly last night, asking me to call on him some time this afternoon. So I went, and found him seated in his library. Poor man, he has a different look now than what he had when I last went to see him. You know, I've hardly ever seen him since that day when I bamboozled him so about another boy that he expected to call. But his spirit is not much improved, I fear. 'Sit down, Mr. Willders,' he said. 'I asked you to call in reference to a matter which I think it well that the parties concerned should understand thoroughly. Your brother Frank, I am told, has had the presumption to pay his addresses to Miss Ward, the young lady who lives with my relative, Miss Tippet. Yes, Mr. Arberly, I replied, and Miss Ward has had the presumption to accept him. It was wrong of you to answer so, interrupted Mrs. Wilders, shaking her head. Wrong, mother? How could I help it? Was I going to sit there and hear him talk of Frank's presumption as if he were a chimney-sweep? Mr. Auberly thinks Miss Ward above him in station, and so deems his aspiring to her hand presumption, replied the widow gently. Besides, you should have remembered the respect due to age. Well, but mother, said Willie, defending himself, it was very impudent of him, and I did speak very respectfully to him in tone, if not in words. The fact is, I felt nettled, for after all, what is Miss Ward? The society she mingles in is Miss Tippet's society, and that's not much to boast of, and her father, I believe, was a confectioner, no doubt a rich one, but kept his carriage before he failed, and left his daughter almost a beggar. But riches don't make a gentleman or a lady either, mother. I'm sure you've often told me that, and explained that education, and good training, and good feelings, and polite manners, and consideration for others, were the true foundations of a gentility. If that be so, mother, there are many gentlemen born who are not gentlemen bred, and many lowly born who— Come, lad, don't bamboozle your mother with sophistries, interrupted Frank, but go on to the point, and don't be so long about it. Well, mother, resumed Willie, Mr. Auberly gave me a harder rebuke than you have done, for he made no reply to my speech at all, but went on as quietly and coolly as if I had not opened my lips. Now, said he, I happen to have a particular regard for Miss Ward. I intend to make her my heir, and I cannot consent to her union with a man who has nothing. Mr. Auberly, said I, and I assure you, mother, I said this quite respectfully. My brother is a man who has little money, no doubt, but he has a good heart and a good head and a strong arm, an arm, too, which has saved life before now. I stopped at that, for I saw it went home. Quite true, he replied. I do not forget that he saved my lost child's life, but the thing is outrageous that a penniless man should wed the lady who is to be my heir. No, sir, I sent for you to ask you to say to your brother from me that however much I may respect him, I will not consent to this union, and if it goes on despite my wishes, I shall not leave Miss Ward a shilling. He had worked himself into a rage by this time, and as I felt I would only make matters worse if I spoke, I held my tongue, except that I said I would deliver his message at once, as I expected to meet my brother at home. He seemed sorry for having been so sharp, however, and when I was about to leave him he tried to smile, and said, I regret to have to speak thus to you, sir, but I felt it to be my duty. You talk of meeting your brother to-night at home. Do you not live together? No, sir, I replied. My brother lodges close to his station, and I live with my mother in Notting Hill. Notting Hill, he cried, falling back in his chair as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt. Your mother, he gasped, Mrs. Wilders, my sister-in-law, the Widerman's widow. A sailor's widow, sir, said I, who is proud of the husband who rose to the top of his profession. Why did you deceive me, sir? Cried Mr. Auberly with a sudden frown. I would have undeceived you, said I, when we first met, but you dismissed me abruptly at that time, and would not hear me out. Since then I have not thought it worth while to intrude on you in reference to so small a matter, for I did not know till this day that we were related. He frowned harder than ever at this, and bit his lip, and then said, Well, young man, this will make no difference, I assure you. I desire you to convey my message to your brother. Leave me now. I was just on the point of saying good-bye, uncle, but he covered his face with his hands, and looked so miserable that I went out without a word more. There, you've got the whole of my story. What think you of it? It's a curious one, at least very unexpected by me, said Frank, though, as you said, part of it must have been known to mother, who no doubt had good reasons for concealing it from us. But I rather think that my story will surprise you more, and it's a better one than yours, Willie, in this respect, that it is shorter. Come then, out with it, said Willie with a laugh. Why, this is something like one of the Arabian Nights entertainments. Well, mother, said Frank, laying his hand gently on the widow's shoulder, you shan't darn any more socks if I can help it, for I'm a man of fortune now. How, Frank? Said Mrs. Wilders with a puzzled look. The fact is, mother, that Mrs. Denman, the poor old lady whom I carried down the escape, I forget how many years ago, is dead, and has left me her fortune, which, I believe, amounts to something like 20,000 pounds. You don't mean that? Cried Willie, starting up. Indeed I do, said Frank earnestly. Then long life to ye, my boy, cried Willie, wringing his brother's hand, and success to the old—well, no, I don't exactly mean that, but if she were alive I would say my blessing on the old lady. I wish you joy, old fellow. I say, surely the stately man won't object to the penniless fireman now. Ha ha! Well, it's like a dream, but tell us all about it, Frank. There is very little to tell, lad. I got a very urgent message the day before yesterday to go see an old lady who was very ill. I obtained leave for an hour, and went at once, not knowing who it was till I got there, when I found that it was Mrs Denman. She looked very ill, and I do assure you I felt quite unmanned when I looked into her little old face. 'Young man,' she said in a low voice, 'you saved my life. I am dying, and have sent for you only to thank you. God bless you.' She put out her thin hand and tried to shake mine, but it was too feeble, she could only press her fingers on it. That was all that passed, and I returned to the station feeling quite low in spirits, I do assure you. Well, next day a little man in black called and said he wished to have a few words with me. So I went out, and he introduced himself as the old lady's lawyer, told me that she was gone, and that she had, almost with her last breath, made him promise to go, the moment she was dead, and see the fireman who had saved her life, and tell him that she had left her fortune to him. He congratulated me, said that there were no near relations to feel aggrieved, or to dispute my rights, and that, as soon as the proper legal steps had been taken, the debts and legacies paid, etc., he would have the pleasure of handing over the balance, which would probably amount to £20,000. "It's like a dream," said Willie. "So it is," replied Frank, "but it's well that it is not a dream, for if I had been the penniless man that Mr Auberly thinks me, I would have been obliged in honour to give up Emma Ward." "Give her up!" exclaimed Willie in amazement. "Why?" "Why? Because I could not think of standing in the way of her good fortune." "Oh, Frank, oh, blazes!" said Willie sadly. "Has money told on you so fearfully already? Do you think that she would give you up for the sake of Auberly Stroff?" "I believe not, lad, but, well, never mind, we won't be troubled with the question now." "But, mother, you don't seem to think much of my good fortune." "I do think much of it, Frank. It has been sent to you by the Lord, and therefore is to be received with thanksgiving. But sudden good fortune of this kind is very dangerous. It makes me anxious as well as glad." At that moment there came a loud knocking at the door which startled Mrs Willders, and caused Willie to leap up and rush to open it. Frank rose and put on his cap with the quiet promptitude of a man accustomed to alarms. "That's a fire, mother. The kind of knock's quite familiar to me now. Don't be alarmed. We hear that kind of thing about 2 or 3 times a day at the station. They knew I was here, and have sent a messenger." "A fire!" cried Willie, running to the room in great excitement. "Tut, lad," said Frank with a smile, as he nodded to his mother and left the room. "You'd never do for a fireman, you're too excitable. Where's the messenger? Ah, here you are. Well, where is it?" "Tooley Street," exclaimed a man, whose condition showed that he had run all the way. Frank started, and looked very grave as he said hurriedly to his brother, "Good night, lad. I won't likely be able to get out to-morrow to talk over this matter of the fortune. Fires are usually bad in that neighbourhood. Look well after mother. Good night." In another moment he was gone. And well might Frank look grave, for when a fireman is called to a fire in Tooley Street, or any part of the docks, he knows that he is about to enter into the thickest of the great fight. To ordinary fires he goes light-heartedly, as a bold trooper gallops to a skirmish, but to a fire in the neighbourhood of the docks he goes with something of the feeling which must fill the breast of every brave soldier on the eve of a great battle. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Fighting the Flames by R. M. Ballantyne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel. Fighting the Flames by R. M. Ballantyne. Chapter 32. The Fire in Tooley Street. One of those great calamities which visit us once or twice, it may be, in a century, descended upon London on Saturday, the 22nd of June, 1861. It was the sudden and, for the time, overwhelming attack of an old and unconquerable enemy, who found us, as usual, inadequately prepared to meet him. Fire has fought with us and fed upon us since we became a nation, and yet, despite all our efforts, its flames are at this day more furious than ever. There are more fires daily in London now than there ever were before. Has this foe been properly met? Is a question which naturally arises out of this fact. Referring to the beautiful organization of the present fire brigade, the ability of its chiefs and the courage of its men, the answer is yes, decidedly. But referring to the strength of the brigade, to the munitions of war in the form of water, to the means of conveyance in the form of mains, to the system of check in the shape of an effective act in reference to partition walls and moderately sized warehouses, to the means of prevention in the shape of prohibitions and regulations in regard to inflammable substances, referring to all these things, the answer to the question, has the foe been properly met, is emphatically no. It is not sufficient to reply that a special inquiry has been made into the subject, that steps are being actually taken to remedy the evils of our system, or rather our want of system, of fire prevention. Good may or may not result from this inquiry, that is yet to be seen. Meanwhile, the public ought to be awakened more thoroughly to the fact that an enemy is and always has been abroad in our land, who might be, if we chose, more effectively checked, who, if he has not yet attacked our own particular dwelling, may take us by surprise any day when we least expect him, and who does at all times very materially diminish our national wealth and increase our public burdens. Perhaps we should not style fire an enemy, but a mutinous servant, who does his work faithfully and well, except when neglected or abused. About 5 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, intelligence of the outbreak of fire in Tooley Street reached the headquarters of the brigade in Watling Street. Fire in Tooley Street! The mere summons lent energy to the nerves and spring to the muscles of the firemen. Not that Tooley Street in itself is more peculiarly dangerous in regard to fire than are the other streets of shops in the city. But Tooley Street lies in a dangerous neighbourhood. The streets between it and the Thames, and those lying immediately to the west of it, contain huge warehouses and bonded stores, which are filled to suffocation with the wealth of nations. Dirty streets and narrow lanes here lead to the fountainhead of wealth untold, almost inconceivable. The elegant filigree work of West End luxury may here be seen unsmelted, as it were, and in the ore. At the same time, the rich substances on which fire feeds and fattens are stored here in warehouses which, as they are, should never have been built, and in proximities which should never have been permitted. Examine the wharves, Brooks Wharf, Beale's Wharf, Cotton's Wharf, Chamberlain's Wharf, Freeman's Wharf, Griffin's Wharf, Stanton's Wharf, and others. Investigate the lanes, Hayes Lane, Mill Lane, Morgan's Lane, and the streets, Bermondsey, Dockhead, Pickle Herring Street, Horsley Down, and others, and there, besides the great deposit and commission warehouses which cover acres of ground, and are filled from basement to ridgepole with the commodities and combustibles of every clime, you will find huge granaries and stores of lead, alum, drugs, tallow, chicory, flour, rice, biscuit, sulphur, and saltpetre, mingled with the warehouses of cheese agents, ham factors, provision merchants, tarpaulin dealers, oil and colour merchants, etc. In fact, the entire region seems laid out with a view to the raising of a bonfire, or a pyrotechnic display on the grandest conceivable scale. Little wonder, then, that the firemen of Watling Street turned out all their engines, including 2 of Shand and Mason's new land-steam fire engines, which had at that time just been brought into action. Little wonder that the usual request for a man from each station was changed into an urgent demand for every man that could possibly be spared. The fire began in the extensive wharves and warehouses known as Cotton's Wharf, near London Bridge, and was first observed in a warehouse over a counting-room by some workmen, who at once gave the alarm and attempted to extinguish it with some buckets of water. They were quickly driven back, however, by the suffocating smoke, which soon filled the various floors so densely that no one could approach the seat of the fire. Mr. Braidwood, who was early on the spot, saw at a glance that a pitched battle was about to be fought, and, like a wise general, concentrated all the force at his command. Expresses were sent for the more distant brigade engines, and these came dashing up, one after another, at full speed. The 2 powerful steam floating engines, which guard the Thames from the fire, were moored off the wharf. 2 lengths of hose attached to them, and led on shore and brought to bear on the fire. A number of land engines took up a position in Tooley Street, ready for action, but these were compelled to remain idle for nearly an hour before water was obtainable from the fire-plugs. O London, with all your wealth and wisdom, how strange that such words can be truly written of you! The vessels which were lying at the wharf, discharging and loading, were hauled out of danger into the stream. In course of time the engines were in full play, but the warehouse burst into flames from basement to roof in spite of them, and ere long 8 of the great storehouses were burning furiously. The flames made rapid work of it, progressing towards the line of warehouses facing the river, and to the lofty building which adjoined the Tooley Street side. Dale and his men were quickly on the scene of action, and had their engine soon at work. Before long Frank Wilders joined them. They were playing in at the windows of a large store which was burning so furiously that the interior appeared to be red hot. "Relieve Corney, lad," said Dale, as Frank came forward. "Oh, it's time!" cried Corney, delivering up the branch to Frank and Moxey. "Sure Baxmore and me are melted entirely." Frank made no reply. He and Moxey directed the branch which the others resigned, turning their backs as much as possible on the glowing fire, and glancing at it over their shoulders, for it was too hot to be faced. Just then the chief of the brigade came up. "It's of no use, sir," said Dale. "We can't save these." "True, Dale, true," said Mr Braidwood, in a quick but quiet tone. "This block is doomed. Take your lads round to the northeast corner. We must try to prevent it spreading." As he surveyed the progress of the fire with a cool, practical eye, and hurried off to another part of the battlefield to post his men to best advantage, little did the leader of the forces think that he was to be the first to fall that day. Engines were now playing on the buildings in all directions, but the flames were so fierce that they made no visible impression on them, and even in the efforts made to check their spreading, little success appeared to attend them at first. Warehouse after warehouse ignited. To make matters worse, a fresh breeze sprang up and fanned the flames into redoubled fury, so that they quickly caught hold of vast portions of the premises occupied by the firm of Scovell and Company. "There's not a chance," said Frank to Dale, while he wiped the perspiration from his forehead, and sat down for a few seconds to recover breath, for he had just issued from a burning building, driven back by heat and smoke. "There's not a chance of saving that block. All the iron doors that were meant to keep the fire from spreading have been left open by the workmen." "Chance or no chance, we must do our best," said Dale. "Come, lad, with me. I think we may get at a door inside the next warehouse, through which we might bring the branch to bear. Are you able?" "All right!" exclaimed Frank, leaping up, and following his leader through the smoke. "Have a care!" cried Frank, pausing as a tremendous explosion caused the ground to tremble under their feet. "It's sulphur, or saltpetre," said Dale, pushing on. "There are tons of that stuff in the cellars all round." This was indeed the case. It was said that upwards of 2,000 tons of saltpetre were in the vaults at the time, and several explosions had already taken place, though fortunately without doing injury to any one. Dale had already partially examined the warehouse, into which he now led Frank, and therefore, although it was full of smoke, he moved rapidly along the narrow and intricate passages between the bales of goods, until he reached an iron door. "Here it is. We'll open this and have a look," he said, grasping the handle and swinging the heavy door open. Instantly a volume of black smoke drove both the men back, almost suffocating them. They could not speak, but each knew that the reclosing of that iron door was all important, for the fire had got nearer to it than Dale had imagined. They both darted forward, but were again driven back, and had to rush to the open air for breath. Frank recovered before his comrade, in consequence of the latter having made a more strenuous and prolonged effort to close the door which he had so unfortunately opened. Without a moment's hesitation he sprang into the warehouse again, regained and partially closed the door, when the stifling smoke choked him and he fell to the ground. A few seconds later Dale followed him, and found him there. Applying his great strength with almost superhuman energy to the door, it shut with a crash, and the communication between the buildings was cut off. Dale then seized Frank by the collar and dragged him into the open air, when he himself almost sank to the ground. Fresh air, however, soon restored them both, and in a few minutes they were actively engaged at another part of the building. It availed not, for nothing could withstand the fury of the fire. The warehouse caught, and was soon a glowing mass like the others, while the flames raged with such violence that their roaring drowned the shouting of men, and the more distant roar of the innumerable multitude that densely covered London Bridge, and clustered on every eminence from which a safe view of the great fire could be obtained. The floating fire engines had now been at work for some time, and the men in charge of their branches were suffering greatly from the intense heat. About this time, nearly 7 o'clock in the evening, Mr Braidwood went to these men to give them a word of encouragement. He proceeded down one of the approaches to the river from Tooley Street, and stopped when nearly half-way to give some directions, when a sudden and tremendous explosion took place, shaking the already tottering walls, which at this place were of great height. A cry was raised, "Run! The wall is falling!" Everyone sprang away at the word. The wall bulged out at the same time, and one of the firemen, seeing that Mr Braidwood was in imminent danger, made a grasp at him as he was springing from the spot, but the heavy masses of brickwork dashed him away, and in another moment the gallant chief of the fire brigade lay buried under at least 15 feet of burning ruin. Any attempt at rescue would have been impossible as well as unavailing, for death must have been instantaneous. the hero's warfare with the flames, which had lasted for upwards of 38 years, was ended, and his brave spirit returned to God who gave it. That a man of no ordinary note had fallen was proved, before many hours had passed, by the deep and earnest feeling of sorrow and sympathy which was manifested by all classes in London, from Queen Victoria downwards, as well as by the public funeral which took place a few days afterwards, at which were present the Duke of Sutherland, the Earl of Caithness, the Reverend Dr. Cumming, and many gentlemen connected with the insurance offices, the committee and men of the London Fire Brigade, also those of various private and local brigades, the secretary and conductors of the Royal Society for the Protection of Life from Fire, the mounted Metropolitan and City Police, the London Rifle Brigade, of which Mr. Braidwood's 3 sons were members, the superintendents and men of the various water companies, and a long string of private and mourning carriages, to witness the progress of which hundreds of thousands of people densely crowded the streets, and clustered in the windows and on every available eminence along the route, while in Cheapside almost all the shops were shut and business was suspended, and in the neighbourhood of the Shoreditch toiling thousands of artisans came forth from factory and workshop to "see the last of Braidwood," whose name had been so long familiar to them as a household word. The whole heart of London seemed to have been moved by one feeling, and the thousands who thronged the streets had, in the language of one of the papers of the day, gathered together to witness the funeral, not of a dead monarch, not of a great warrior, not of a distinguished statesman, not even of a man famous in art, in literature, or in science, but simply of James Braidwood, late superintendent of the London Fire Engine Establishment, a true hero, and one who was said, by those who knew him best, to be an earnest Christian man. But at the moment of his fall men were engaged in the thick of battle. Crushing though the news of his death was, there was no breathing time to realize it. The fierce heat had not only driven back the firemen on the shore, but had compelled the floating fire engines to haul off, in consequence of the flaming matter which poured over the wharf wall and covered the surface of the river, the entire length of the burning warehouses, while the whole of the carriage-way of Tooley Street was ankle-deep in hot oil and tallow. After the fall of their chief, Messrs. Henderson and Fogo, 2 of the principal officers of the brigade, did their utmost to direct the energies of the men. Night closed in, and the flames continued to rage in all their fury and magnificence. News of this great fire spread with the utmost rapidity over the metropolis. Indeed, it was visible at Hampstead while it was yet daylight. When darkness set in, one of the most extraordinary scenes that London ever produced was witnessed. From all quarters the people came pouring in, on foot, in omnibus, cab, pleasure van, cart, and waggon, all converging to London Bridge. At 9 o'clock the bridge and its approaches presented all the appearance of the Epsom road on the Derby day. Cabs and buses plied backwards and forwards on the bridge all night, carrying an unlimited number of passengers at 2d and 3d each, and thousands of persons spent the night in thus passing to and fro. The railway terminus, Billingsgate Market, the roof of the Coal Exchange, the Monument, the quays, the windows, the housetops, the steeples, and the chimney-stalks, all were crowded with human beings, whose eager upturned faces were rendered intensely bright against the surrounding darkness by the fierce glare of the fire. But the Thames presented the most singular appearance of all, now reflecting on its bosom the inky black clouds of smoke, anon the red flames, as fresh fuel was licked up by the devouring element, and occasionally sheets of silver light that flashed through the chaos when sulphur and saltpetre explosions occurred. Mountains of flame frequently burst away from the mass of burning buildings and floated upward for a few moments, and the tallow and tar which flowed out of the warehouses floated away, blazing with the tide, and set the shipping on fire, so that land and water alike seemed to be involved in one huge terrific conflagration. The utmost consternation prevailed on board the numerous craft on the river in the vicinity of the fire, for thick showers of sparks and burning materials fell incessantly. Gusts of wind acted on the ruins now and then, and at such moments the gaunt walls, cracked and riven out of shape, stood up, glowing with intense white heat in the midst of a sea of fire from which red flames and dark clouds of smoke were vomited, as from the crater of some mighty volcano, with a roar that mingled with the shouts of excited thousands and drowned even the dull incessant thumpings of the engines that worked in all directions. Moored alongside of Chamberlain's wharf was a small sloop. Little blue blisters of light broke out on her rigging, Soon these increased in size, and in a few minutes she was on fire from stem to stem. Immediately after there came a barge with flowing sails, borne on the rising tide. She passed too near to the conflagration. Her crew of 3 men became panic-stricken and lost control of her. At sight of this, a great shout was raised, and a boat put off and rescued the crew, but almost before they were landed their barge was alight from stem to stern. The tremendous cheer that burst from the excited multitude at sight of this rescue rose for a moment above the roaring of the conflagration. Then another barge was set on fire by the blazing tallow which floated out to her, but she was saved by being scuttled. In the midst of such a scene it was to be expected that there would be damage to life and limb. The firemen, besides being exposed to intense heat for hours, were almost blinded and choked by the smoke emitted from the burning pepper, more especially the cayenne, of which there was a large quantity in the warehouses. Some of the men who were working the engines fell into the river and were drowned. A gentleman who was assisting the firemen had his hand impaled on an iron spike. A poor Irishman had his neck broken by the chain of the floating engine, and several of the police force and others were carried to the hospital badly burned and otherwise injured. Some of the casualties occurred in places where only a few persons were there to witness them, but others were enacted on the river, and on spots which were in full view of the vast multitudes on London Bridge. A boat containing 5 men put off to collect the tallow which floated on the water, but it got surrounded by tallow which had caught fire, and the whole of its occupants were either burned to death or drowned. Later in the night a small skiff rowed by a single man was drawn by the tide into the vortex of the fire. Another boat ran out and saved the man, but a second boat, which was pulled off by a single rower for the same purpose, was drawn too near the fire, and its brave occupant perished. So eager were the multitude on the bridge to witness these scenes that some of themselves were forced over the parapet into the river and drowned. Comical incidents were strangely mingled with these awful scenes, although it is but justice to say the prevailing tone of the crowd was one of solemnity. Itinerant vendors of ginger beer, fruit, cakes, and coffee ranged themselves along the pavements and carried on a brisk trade, especially after the public houses were closed, many of which, however, taking advantage of the occasion, kept open door all night. Among these last was the Angel, belonging to Gorman. That worthy was peculiarly active on this occasion. He never neglected an opportunity of turning an honest penny, and accordingly he had been engaged from an early hour in his boat collecting tallow, of which plunder a considerable amount had been already conveyed to his abode. Besides Gorman, several of the other personages of our tale found their way to the great centre of attraction, London Bridge, on that night. Among them was John Barrett, who, on hearing of the fire, had left his snug little villa and pretty little wife to witness it. He had already made 1 or 2 cheap trips on one of the omnibuses, and about midnight got down and forced his way to a position near the south side of the bridge. Here he was attracted to a ginger beer barrow, which an unusually adventurous man had pushed through the crowd into a sheltered corner. He forced his way to it, and to his amazement found the owner to be his former friend Ned Hooper. "Hello, Barrett!" "Why, Ned!" were the exclamations that burst simultaneously from their lips. "This is a strange occupation," said Barrett with a smile. "Ah, it may seem strange to you, no doubt, but it's familiar enough to me," replied Ned with a grin. The demand for beer was so great at this time that Ned could not continue the conversation. "Here, boy," he said to an urchin who stood near, "you draw corks as fast as you can and pour out the beer, and I'll give you a copper or 2 and a swig into the bargain." The boy accepted the post of salesman with alacrity, and Ned turned to his friend and seized his hand. "Barrett," said he, in a low, earnest voice, "if I succeed in holding out, I own my salvation, under God, to you. I've tasted nothing but ginger beer for many a long day, and I really believe that I've got my enemy down at last. It's not a lucrative business, as you may see," he added with a sad smile, glancing at his threadbare garments, "nor a very aristocratic one." "My dear Ned," cried Barrett, interrupting, and suddenly thrusting his hand into his pocket. "No, Barrett, no," said Ned firmly, as he laid his hand on the other's arm. "I don't want money. I've given up begging. You gave me your advice once, and I've taken that. It has been of more value to me than all the wealth that is being melted into thin air, John, by yonder fire." Ned was interrupted at this point by a burst of laughter from the crowd. The cause of their mirth was the appearance of a tall, thin, and very lugubrious-looking man, who had come on the bridge to see the fire. He had got so excited that he had almost fallen over the parapet, and a policeman had kindly offered to escort him to a place of safety.
"Why, what do you mean? What do you take me for?" cried the tall man angrily. "I'm an honest man. My name is David Boone. I've only come to see the fire. You've no occasion to lay hold of me." "I know that," said the policeman. "I only want to get you out of danger. Come along now."
Just then a thick-set man with a red handkerchief tied round his head came forward to the stall and demanded a glass of beer. The moment his eyes encountered those of Boone he became pale as death, and staggered back as if he had received a deadly blow.
"Is that you, Gorman?"
cried David, in a voice and with an expression of amazement. Gorman did not reply, but gazed at his former friend with a look of intense horror, while his chest heaved and he breathed laboriously. Suddenly he uttered a loud cry and rushed towards the river. Part of the crowd sprang after him as if with a view to arrest him, or to see what he meant to do. In the rush Barrett and Boone were carried away. A few moments later a deep murmur of surprise rose from the thousands of spectators on the bridge, for a boat was seen to dash suddenly from the shore and sweep out on the river. It was propelled by a single rower, a man with a red kerchief tied round his head. The murmur of the crowd suddenly increased to a shout of alarm, for the man was rowing his boat straight towards a mass of tallow which floated and burned on the water.
"Hold on! Look out ahead!" shouted several voices, while others screamed, "Too late! He's gone!"
And then there arose a wild cry, for the man rode straight into the centre of the burning mass and was enveloped in the flames. For a moment he was seen to rise and to swing his arms in the air, then he fell backwards over the gunwale of his boat and disappeared into the blazing flood. Fiercer and fiercer raged the fire. The night passed, the day came and went, and night again set in, yet still the flames leaped and roared in resistless fury, and still the firemen fought them valiantly. And thus they fought day and night, hand to hand, for more than a fortnight, before the battle was thoroughly ended and the victory gained. How the firemen continued to do their desperate work day and night almost without rest, it is impossible to tell. Frank Wilders said that, after the first night, he went about his work like a man in a dream. He scarcely knew when, or how, or where he rested or ate. He had an indistinct remembrance of one or two brief intervals of oblivion, when he supposed he must have been asleep, but the only memory that remained strong and clear within him was that of constant determined fighting with the flames. And Willie Wilders followed him like his shadow, clad in a coat and helmet borrowed from a friend in the Salvage Corps. Willie fought in that great fight as if he had been a trained fireman. On the fourth day, towards evening, Frank was ordered down into a cellar where some tar barrels were burning. He seized the branch, and was about to leap down the stair when Dale stopped him. "Fasten the rope to your belt," he said. Frank obeyed without speaking, and then sprang forward, while Dale himself followed, ordering Corney, Baxmore, and one or two others to hold on to the ropes. Willie Wilders also ran in, but was met by such a dense cloud of smoke that he was almost choked. Rushing back, he shouted, "Haul in the ropes!" The men were already hauling them in, and in a few seconds Dale and Frank were dragged by their waist belts into the open air, the former nearly, and the latter quite, insensible. In a few minutes they both recovered, and another attempt was made to reach the fire in the cellar, but without success. The public did not witness this incident. The firemen were almost surrounded by burning ruins, and none but comrades were there. Indeed, the public seldom see the greatest dangers to which the fireman is exposed. It is not when he makes his appearance on some giddy height on a burning and tottering house, and is cheered enthusiastically by the crowd, that his courage is most severely tried. It is when he has to creep on hands and knees through dense smoke, and hold the branch in the face of the withering heat, while beams are cracking over his head, and burning rubbish is dropping round and threatening to overwhelm him. It is in such circumstances, when the public know nothing of what is going on, and when no eye sees him save that of the solitary comrade who shares his toil and danger, that the fireman's nerve and endurance are tested to the uttermost. After leaving the cellar, Dale and his men went to attempt to check the fire in a quarter where it threatened to spread, and render this, the greatest of modern conflagrations, equal to the great one of 1666. "We might reach it from that window," said Dale to Frank, pointing to a house, the sides of which were already blistering, and the glass cracking with heat. Frank seized the branch and gained the window in question, but he could not do anything very effective from that point. He thought, however, that from a window in an adjoining store he might play directly on a house which was in imminent danger. but the only means of reaching it was by passing over a charred beam 30 feet beneath which lay a mass of smouldering ruins. For one moment he hesitated, uncertain whether or not the beam would sustain his weight. But the point to be gained was one of great importance, so he stepped boldly forward, carrying the branch with him. As he advanced, the light of the fire fell brightly upon him, revealing his tall figure clearly to the crowd, which cheered him heartily. At that moment the beam gave way. Willie, who was about to follow, had barely time to spring back and gain a firm footing, when he beheld his brother fall headlong into the smoking ruins below. In another moment he had leaped down the staircase and was at Frank's side. Baxmore, Dale, Corney, and others followed, and in the midst of fire and smoke they raised their comrade in their arms and bore him to a place of safety. No one spoke, but a stretcher was quickly brought, and Frank was conveyed in a state of insensibility to the nearest hospital, where his manly form, shattered, burned, and lacerated, was laid on a bed. He breathed, although he was unconscious, and evinced no sign of feeling when the surgeons examined his wounds. A messenger was dispatched for Mrs. Willders, and Willie remained to watch beside him while his comrades went out to continue the fight. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Fighting the Flames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel. Fighting the Flames by R. M. Ballantyne. Chapter 33. The Last. For many months Frank Willders lay upon his bed unable to move, and scarcely able to speak. His left leg and arm had been broken, his face and hands were burned and cut, and his once stalwart form was reduced to a mere wreck. During that long and weary time of suffering he had 2 nurses who never left him, who relieved each other day and night, smoothed his pillow, and read to him words of comfort from God's blessed book. These were his own mother and Emma Ward. For many weeks his life seemed to waver in the balance, but at last he began to mend. His frame, however, had been so shattered that the doctors held out little hope of his ever being anything better than a helpless cripple, so one day he said to Emma, "I have been thinking, Emma, of our engagement." He paused and spoke sadly, as if with great difficulty. "And I have made up my mind," he continued, "to release you." "Frank!" exclaimed Emma. "Yes, dear, no one can possibly understand what it costs me to say this, but it would be the worst kind of selfishness were I to ask you to marry a poor wretched cripple like me." "But what if I refuse to be released, Frank?" said Emma with a smile. "You may indeed be a cripple, but you shall not be a wretched one if it is in my power to make you happy. And as to your being poor, what of that? I knew you were not rich when I accepted you, and you know I have a very, very small fortune of my own, which will at least enable us to exist until you are able to work again." Frank looked at her in surprise, for he had not used the word poor with reference to money. "Has mother told you, then, not anything about my circumstances of late?" he asked. "No, nothing. What could she tell me that I do not already know?" said Emma. Frank made no reply for a few moments. Then he said with a sad yet gratified smile, "So you refuse to be released?" "Yes, Frank, unless you insist on it," replied Emma. Again the invalid relapsed into silence and shut his eyes. Gradually he fell into a quiet slumber, from which, about 2 hours later, he awoke with a start, under the impression that he had omitted to say something. Looking up, he found that his mother had taken Emma's place. He at once asked why she had not told Emma about the change in his fortunes. "Because I thought it best," said Mrs. Willders, "to leave you to tell her yourself, Frank." "Well, mother, I depute you to tell her now, and pray do it without delay. I offered to give her up a short time ago, but she refused to listen to me." "I am glad to hear it," replied the widow with a smile. "I always thought her a good, sensible girl." So did I," said Frank, "and something more." Once again he became silent, and, as an inevitable consequence, fell fast asleep. in which satisfactory state we will leave him while we run briefly over the events of his subsequent history. In direct opposition to the opinion of all his doctors, Frank not only recovered the use of all his limbs, but became as well and strong as ever, and the great fire in Tooley Street left no worse marks upon him than a few honourable scars. His recovery, however, was tedious. The state of his health, coupled with the state of his fortune, rendered it advisable that he should seek the benefit of country air, so he resigned his situation in the London Fire Brigade, resigned it, we may add, with deep regret, for some of his happiest days had been spent in connection with that gallant corps. Rambling and fishing among the glorious mountains of Wales with his brother Willie, he speedily regained health and strength. While wandering with delight through one of the most picturesque scenes of that wild and beautiful region, he came suddenly one day on a large white umbrella, under which sat a romantic-looking man, something between an Italian bandit and an English sportsman, who was deeply engrossed with a sheet of paper on which he was depicting one of the grandest views in the splendid pass of Llanberis. At this man Willie rushed with a shout of surprise, and found that he answered at once to the name of Fred Auberly. Fred was thrown into such a state of delight at the sight of his old friends that he capsized the white umbrella, packed up his paints, and accompanied them to their inn. Here, on being questioned, he related how that, while in Rome, he had been seized with a fever which laid him prostrate for many weeks; that, on his recovery, he wrote to Lou and his father, but received no reply from either of them; that he afterwards spent some months in Switzerland, making more than enough money with his brush to keep the pot boiling; and that, finally, he returned home to find that dear Lou was dead, and that the great Tooley Street fire had swept away his father's premises and ruined him. As this blow had, however, been the means of softening his father, and effecting a reconciliation between them, he was rather glad than otherwise, he said, that the fire had taken place. Fred did not say, although he might have said it with truth, that stiff and stately Mr Auberly had reduced almost to beggary, and that he was now dependent for a livelihood on the very palette and brushes which once he had so ruthlessly condemned to the flames. After this trip to Wales, Frank returned home and told his mother abruptly that he meant to marry Emma Ward without delay, to which Mrs Willders replied that she thought he was quite right. As Emma appeared to be of the same mind, the marriage took place in due course. That is to say, Miss Tippet and Emma managed to put it off as long as possible, and create as much delay as they could. When they had not the shadow of an excuse for further delay, not so much as a forgotten band or an omitted hook of the voluminous trousseau, the great event was allowed to go on, or to come off. Many and varied were the faces that appeared at the church on that auspicious occasion. Mr Auberly was there to give away the bride, and wonderfully cheerful he looked, too, considering that he gave her to the man whom he once thought so very unworthy of her. Willie was groomsman, of course, and among the bridesmaids there was a little graceful, dark-eyed, and dark-haired creature, whom he regarded as an angel or a fairy, or something of that sort, and whom everybody else, except Frank and Mrs Willders, thought the most beautiful girl in the church. In the front gallery, just above this dark-eyed girl, sat an elderly man who gazed at her with an expression of intense affection. His countenance was careworn and had a somewhat dissipated look upon it. Yet there was a healthy glow on it, too, as if the dissipation were a thing of the distant past. The dark-eyed girl once or twice stole a glance at the elderly man and smiled on him with a look of affection quite as fervent as his own. There was a rather stylish youth at this man's elbow, whose muscles were so highly developed that they appeared about to burst his superfine black coat. He was observed to nod familiarly to the dark-eyed girl more than once, and appeared to be in a state of considerable excitement, ready, as it were, to throw a somersault over the gallery on the slightest provocation. Of course Mrs Tippet was there in such a love of a bonnet, looking the picture of happiness. So was Mr Tippet, beaming all over with joy. So was Miss Deemas, scowling hatred and defiance at the men. So was David Boone, whose circumstances had evidently improved, if one might judge from the self-satisfied expression on his face, and the splendour of his attire. John Barrett was also there, and close beside him stood Ned Hooper, who appeared to shrink modestly from observation, owing, perhaps, to his coat being a little threadbare. But Ned had no occasion to be ashamed of himself, for his face and appearance showed clearly that he had indeed been enabled to resist temptation, and that he had risen to a higher position in the social scale than a vendor of ginger beer. In the background might have been seen Hopkins, tall and dignified as ever, with Matty Merryon at his side. It was rumoured below stairs that these two were engaged, but as the engagement has not yet advanced to anything more satisfactory, we hold that to be a private matter with which we have no right to meddle. Close to these stood a group of stalwart men in blue coats and leathern belts, and with sailor-like caps in their hands. These men appeared to take a lively interest in what was going forward, and evidently found it difficult to restrain a cheer when Frank took Emma's hand. Once or twice during the service one or two other men of similar appearance looked into the church as if in haste, nodded to their comrades, and went out again, while one of them appeared in the organ loft with a helmet hanging on his arm, and his visage begrimed with charcoal, as if he were returning from a recent fire. This man, feeling, no doubt, that he was not very presentable, evidently wished to see without being seen. He was very tall and stout, and was overheard to observe, in very Irish tones, that "it was a purty sight entirely." When the carriage afterwards started from the door, this man, who bore a strong resemblance to Joe Corney, sprang forward and called for 3 cheers, which call was responded to heartily by all, especially by the blue-coated and belted fellows with sailor-like caps, who cheered their old comrade and his blooming bride with those deep and thrilling tones which can be produced in perfection only by the lungs and throats of true blue British tars. Now it must not be supposed that this was the end of Frank's career. In truth, it was only the beginning of it, for Frank Willders was one of those men who know how to make good use of money. His first proceeding after the honeymoon was to take a small farm in the suburbs of London. He had a tendency for farming, and he resolved at least to play at it if he could make nothing by it. There was a small cottage on the farm, not far from the dwelling-house. This was rented by Willie, and into it he afterwards introduced Ziza Cattley as Mrs. William Willders. The widow inhabited another small cottage not 100 yards distant from it, but she saw little of her own home except at night, being constrained to spend most of her days with one or other of her boys. As the farm was near a railway station, Willie went to town every morning to business, Saturdays and Sundays excepted, and returned every evening. His business prospered, and so did Mr. Tibbets. That eccentric old gentleman had, like Mr. Auberly, been ruined by the Great Fire, but he did not care, so he said, because the other business kept him going. He was not aware that Willie's engineering powers turned in all the money of that other business, and Willie took care never to enlighten him, but helped him as of old in planning, inventing, and discovering, to the end of his days. There was one grand feature which Frank introduced into his suburban establishment which we must not omit to mention. This was the new patent steam fire-engine. He got it not only for the protection of his own farm, but, being a philanthropic man, for the benefit of the surrounding district, and he trained the men of his farm and made them expert firemen. Willie was placed in command of this engine, so that the great wish of his early years was realized. There was not a fire within 10 miles round them at which Willie's engine was not present, and the brothers continued for many years to fight the flames together in that neighbourhood. As for stout George Dale and sturdy Baxmore, and facetious Joe Corney, with his comrades Moxey, Williams, and Mason, and Sam Forrest, those heroes continued to go on the even tenor of their way, fighting more battles with the flames in 6 months than were fought with our human enemies by all our redcoats and bluejackets in as many years, and without making any fuss about it too, although danger was the element in which they lived, and wounds or death might have met them any day of the year. For we all know to the contrary, they may be carrying on the war while we pen this chronicle, and unless more vigorous measures are adopted for preventing fire than have been taken in the past, there can be no question that these stout-hearted men will in time to come have more occasion than ever for fighting the flames. The End. End of chapter 33. End of Fighting the Flames, a tale of the London Fire Brigade, by R. M. Ballantyne.